Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That oblique is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That old model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues.
Works really good with this guitar.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. model affliction blue.
And we are live. Nobody was talking, so I don't know why I keep on doing those things. Welcome, everyone. It is Model Affliction Monday and an Easter. Happy Easter. I guess we've missed it, have we? Bank holiday still, in it for everyone. Anyway, in the UK. Hope everybody had a good Easter. And yeah, here we are. What a weekend that was. It was pretty quiet. But here we are again, Model Affliction Monday. And are they model afflicted? Man, I thought the Globe guys were model afflicted, but I think over the last few months, it's turned out that the most model afflicted people are the flat earthers. I guess that's the difference between us starting to modern day times 2024. It took about 5 years of us, telling flat earthers that it's not flat. Trying to convince the Globe guys that, the Earth's not flat. But they wanted to keep calling us flat earthers, the Globers did. And I'm guessing that the flat earthers thought that we were, because the Globe guys kept calling us flat earthers, but we're not. We're just sticking up for the common man, I'd say. Those people that are completely unaware of this ridiculous it's the model affliction. We'll have to give people a warning, right? Don't get involved with this model affliction sort of stuff. We're here to help people, give a warning out to people that, this isn't healthy, especially with the modern day sort of understanding of this. I think the call out has gone out from the flat earthers today. They've, over the last few days, we've been asking some really tricky questions, like how do you measure the Earth flat? What does it even mean? We've had some really strange answers. Some people just look at the horizon. That's enough for some flat earthers to know that they've measured the Earth flat. Some people want to measure angles to non-geometric points. They say, oh, look at that, there's a non-geometric point over there and a non-geometric point there in the sky, and I think I'll measure an angle between the two of them. And if you can do that, well, that's apparently measuring the Earth flat. It's really weird, and they get upset, and I don't really mean to upset anyone by asking them questions and stuff. But it does appear that these, I don't know whether you could call them leading flat earth or flat earth groups. Because, individuals are individuals, and, they'll do whatever they want. Whether they want to come and have a chat or whether they want to talk to us about anything, proofs or whatever that we do have. It seems like individual flat earthers don't want to come and talk to us about proofs, but these groups that we have they're the hardcore flat earth groups. Now, if anybody does know of any other groups that we can go and have a chat to, let us know. Let us know where you are, if you're a flat earth group, or individuals, doesn't really matter. Come on in, let us know. I'll come and meet you, guys, and we'll have a conversation about it. But yeah, we're up for that. But the groups that I'm talking about is there's a group called 24/7 Flat Earth. It was Flat Earth Discord, but they've moved to the politics channel, politics Discord server, which is another server that you can go to. They have a little individual room in there. They're considering banning us for some of the questions that we ask. If you want to know what those questions are, come on and have a chat with us. And the other group is the Flat Earth Debate group, also on Discord. I consider Discord the place for people to talk. It's like an open platform for communication. You can share videos, you can do presentations, and communicate like we are right now. This show is being broadcast straight from a Discord server that you can.
I'd like to communicate right now, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Because I think it is Babs in the chat.
Babs. Yeah.
Yeah, but
people just changing names.
Yeah, so just so anyone out there is wondering, this is Space Pope, but aka Babs, who is typing in the live chat, the YouTube live chat, as Vulture of Lies. You can always tell when it's, someone like Babs, that kind of thing. And so Bev is no longer a flat earther, was the first thing. And then the second one was could chat to the Bev cult members. So, okay. Cult members? Anyone? Part of the Bev cult?
Yeah, anyone can come and chat to anybody, but I'm not too aware of these cult members. I mean, it is just a Discord server,
I don't know, but do we have to get into the definitions and things of cults? I mean, is that where we have to go? And then do we then have to make comparisons to, let's say, all the other Discords that are out there? 24/7, FED, I can't think of any others, MMM, Gems. Now, would you just call us a cult, or would you take the same and apply it to all of those other servers?
How about the ones that aren't even in this arena? How about the gaming Discords? How about those? Are those cults as well?
Yeah, because it seems to be that the only thing that they have is this, cry of you're in a cult, because we moved away from their servers and made our own. So we are now labeled as a cult.
And you are the policeman of the cult. Which
yeah. Am I?
I mean, that's one of the things that every cult should have, a policeman.
I said no. Sorry, you a police woman? Can we get it right?
We have said everybody needs an Emma.
Yeah,
we have said that many times.
Yeah, we have had to deal with a bit recently of certain people taking a dislike to Emma. I mean, Emma doesn't really say much. Yeah.
Deal with your own obsessed cult. Obsessed. Could you please point out? Yeah, I mean, it's all it is just accusations that are thrown out. You'll notice this. I'm talking to the people who are watching this in the future. You'll notice they never specify what the problem is. It's just general accusations that they throw out with absolutely no backing. But I mean, we sit here and we talk about things that we have actual evidence. We have the so-called, in air quotes, receipts, right? We don't just talk shit like they do in the chats about people for no reason. And I have, personally speaking for me, and I don't hang around with people who hate on others. It's just, I mean, it's pointless. Hate is a waste of time. And it's another accusation that they like to throw out. You're a hater, you're anti this, you're anti that. And all you've got to do is ask a question or disagree with them or not be in on their team, right? Because they're team players. They have teams, specific teams. Anyway, end of rant. Carry on. Sorry.
I didn't get a chance to finish me brew or anything. Yeah, like we say, we've been having a chat and with people, and yeah, there do seem to be certain people that consider, quite rightly, they're saying, I'm not the leader. That's me, Bev. I'm not the leader of this thing. And they'd be true. They'd be right. Emma is the mastermind behind all of this. So, yeah, if you want to say, because it started a long time ago, mainly because we noticed, like I say, we started as a group on the level, started quite a long time ago. But it started initially as Emma UK. That was I believe that was the first Discord server that we had, right, Emma? Was it? Titled Emma UK. Then it turned to On the Level. OG. And then we went to Next Level. And now we're back to On the Level, obviously. Now that started a long time ago because we got pushed out from 24/7 Discord. So these guys know who we are, and they're the ones that are now wanting to stop us from going over there to ask questions. They're really difficult questions for flat earthers to answer because they are being led by a guy that's handing out a load of dogma to flat earthers, and they've been doing it for years. We've been trying to tell flat earthers and warn them, right? The earth's not actually flat. So, you know, it's ridiculous to say that it is. But this goes a long way back. Perhaps, I don't know. You know, when me and my lad went to Bedford, Emma, were we sort of talking then, or was that like sort of at the beginning of it?
I think that was at the beginning of when, because I got to know you when you started speaking up more in 24/7, and me and you just,
yeah,
we ended up in the same rooms together. You know, we tried to get away from the main room. I think that's what happened. We found we were having the same issues and thoughts on things that were going on.
Yeah, well, because I tried to get, well, I did get my son a camera to get him out a little bit more. We've sort of lapsed a bit, and I need to go out there and get a bit more, but because he's becoming an adult, I mean, it's going to be, we're going to be getting out there for a bit more soon. But I went out there to Bedford to initially get him out there with the camera to get him to talk to people, and flat earthers were the ones that we went to go and meet. So we did meet a few people, the flat earthers out there, when we did the camera thing, and we did the Bedford Robotham pictures. Now, at that time, with those pictures that we took, it was pretty obvious that Robotham was bullshitting. He never actually did what he claimed he did. But flat earthers had took that on. That's where the name Flat Earth came from, was given to them by a guy that was a bullshitter. Robotham. All of that, those years back. A Flat Earth Society guy who was bullshitting, convinced people through bullshit that the earth was flat. That's what he said. He started it up. Now, if anybody else wants to contend any of that with us, then they can. But the earth's not flat. even the guy that gave the name is a bullshitter. So I don't know why anybody wants to believe that the Earth is flat, or how people now, modern day times, comes to 2024. There's a load of people that want to believe that the Earth is flat, or they want to tell everybody the Earth is flat, when they can see that the Earth is not flat. And that's where we are. Now, because we go around saying that the Earth's not flat, and we've been saying it for years, there's two groups of people that have been calling us flat earthers. One of them is people like the Vulture Man here, and when nobody knows whether he's a flat earther or a globe earther, and it doesn't really matter because it's flat earth society. So the globe guys have been calling us flat earthers, and the flat earthers have assumed that we are flat earthers. But even though for years I've been saying I'm not a flat earther, they just didn't believe me. I mean, if they say that I lie, if everybody says I lie, then if I say I'm not a flat earther, then because they've all built up this persona that I lie, then they can assume that, you know, me saying I'm not a flat earther is a lie. And they can assume anything we say is a lie.
Yeah, Bev was one of the only ones that wouldn't take the flat earth. Like, he's just never done it. But the whole time we were in 24/7, he never claimed to be a flat earther. Never. I did, on the other hand, and I probably, for maybe 6 to 8 months, I really thought I had found some answers, and ended up in the 24/7 flat earth Discord.
I didn't even like saying the name flat earth, let alone talk about it.
Yeah. And I mean, even for me, it was, I was like, why do I have to take the tag? Well, you can't be on the fence and be a mod. You have to have the flat earth. Fine, I'll have the flat earth tag then, whatever. Yes, at one point I thought these people talked me into thinking they had the answers. They seem like, on surface level, they appear one thing and they present in one way. And then once you sit there for a while and listen, you start to see all these little cracks, and then there's spider webs that just go everywhere, right? It's all interconnected. And until you see that, you think everything's great. You think these people are out there to help you find answers to questions that you may have had. And it's anything but.
Yeah, the idea that they have some sort of truth, quote unquote, right? And then you just come to find out that they don't even know what truth is. How in the world would they be able to talk to anybody about what truth is, or what the truth is about the place that we live, or anything else for that matter? They have no clue what truth is at all.
Mm-hmm. And they turn into, so they moan, flat earthers, they moan about how they get treated, right? You know, how the globers treat them, how the general public, how society sees flat earthers. And then you go into somewhere to try and talk to them, and you get treated like, I mean, worse than dog poop on the bottom of someone's shoe, just for asking questions. You might get treated slightly better if you kind of go down the thinking like them, like you might be a flat earther. But if you go against them, you don't get treated well at all. So they've turned into the very thing they hate.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it, to both communicate with flat earthers, because we listen to a few videos, and you know, I'm studying conversations, and in order to study this sort of thing, you have to be able to trigger people into talking about things. Otherwise, they'll just make up stuff. You need to get to the real conversations. And in order to do that, you've got to tweak a few buttons, or if you say, I don't know how to say it. You have to get under the skin and ask some tricky questions to find out, you know, what exactly is going on. And within this, you find out that the flat earthers don't really have an argument. They don't really have a case. They just have a dogma that they sort of push. Now, everyone can see that the earth is not flat. Yet, flat earthers have a different view of it. And they get really upset if you point out that it's not actually flat. Because to them, flat earth means something different. But you can't ask them what it is, because I don't think they know. I honestly don't think that they know what they think flat earth actually is. And that's why they get upset when you say, well, but it's not flat, is it? Because it's observably not flat. It's flat. It's measured not flat. But at the start of this year, a certain prominent flat earther has decided to tell everybody that, you know, they should go out and tell everybody else that the earth's measured flat, which is a blatant lie. He can't answer the question, and none of his acolytes can mention how exactly they do this. So I consider that a falsehood. That's something that somebody would do to tell a vulnerable group to do something that makes them look ridiculous. So when I say the earth's not flat, and you shouldn't really tell people to go out and say falsehoods, like if you go out and say to everybody, right now, I'm going to tell you that the earth's measured flat, and you've got to go out there and tell everybody that the earth's measured flat. I'm not going to field any questions on how we know this. We're just going to say that it is. And you've got to tell everybody that also. But we're not going to give you any ammunition to rebut any of these questions that you're going to get asked by people who ask you, how is it measured flat? What does that mean? Well, that's putting people in a bad position. It's almost like handing out a logical argument that's a fallacy, and then telling everybody that, you know, that proves that the earth isn't a sphere, which is another fallacious argument. Now, they got away with all of these over years. First off with the black swan. The next one was the sextant argument. Well, not even an argument, a sextant statement. I don't know. They just waved an angle measuring device around.
Yeah, have this, have that.
Yeah, here's a sextant. The Earth's flat.
Earth is flat.
Yeah, measuring this angle means it's flat. And now 10th man's disappeared. Nathan Oakley's left on his own with a sextant. He's holding a sextant, thinking, how do I measure the Earth flat with this? Like, what's it? So he's decided. Yeah, he's decided now that there's this non-geometric points, which is just about as ridiculous as I've ever heard.
Well, think through that. What you just said is absolutely true. But in addition to being left with the sextant, right, and sitting there with that in his hands, he was also, well, he's not left, but he's also sitting there with a fallacious modus tollens.
Yeah.
It won't be fixed that he has to defend at every turn, and still does.
He's taken them on, though, hasn't he? Like, he's really...
Yeah.
Admittedly, he's had nothing for 10 years. Just a belief. And now, we've decided that, you know, drop all of that belief. Now he's got a knowing, but he doesn't even know what knowing is. He's got no practical experience. Can you imagine that? going into like a college class or whatever and being taught a subject by somebody who's never done anything on the subject at all, no practical experience about it, because this all we're dealing with is flat earth, and there's no textbooks for flat earth, there's no arguments for flat earth, there's just fallacious statements. They've set up a false dichotomy between the globe earth and the flat earth. And that's right, yeah, Nathan Oakley doesn't know what a false dichotomy is either. So the title of this show today is Non Sequitur. Now that means within, we was having a discussion with my son today. The false dichotomy of this sort of thing is flat earth and globe earth. Now, the non sequitur that I'm talking about came about from a conversation that we were talking to today. And it goes like this. It goes, we're trying to work out why the flat earthers think the earth's flat and it's measured flat. And the closest I could get was that horizontal somehow. And I said, you know, like, we've got proofs. We know we can prove that level is horizontal. But that doesn't prove that the earth's flat. It just doesn't. It just, the best you could say is, right, if we've got a proof that level is horizontal, then we can prove that horizontal is level, or level is horizontal. There's nothing else that you can imply to that statement within the proof. If the proof is level is horizontal, then that's what the proof is. The conclusion would be level is horizontal. A statement, it's a claim you could make, and anyone could make that claim without feeling any remorse or anything. It's just a statement that anybody could make. Now, to imply that that has some other meaning, like putting a therefore on the end of it, would be a non sequitur, providing it was a non sequitur, right? So we had earlier, I asked people what the statement was. I mean, everybody knows that horizontal is a straight line on a plane, right? But how does that imply that the earth is flat? I couldn't come up with an answer, and the flat earthers couldn't tell me either, because it just seems ridiculous. So the non sequitur that we're talking about is by, if you say level is horizontal, and you could say, and the earth is not flat. Well, that's just two statements. They're two separate statements. Now, you could say level is horizontal, but the earth is not flat. And that sort of puts a link between the two words, the two statements that are made. But is there a statement there? Or are they just two separate statements? There's no implication. You could say the earth is not flat, but level is horizontal.
No, it is disjunctive sentence.
Yeah.
But if we have disjunctive sentences, they have to be somehow related, because disjunctive means that we, by stating something, we are excluding something else. But there is no exclusion here because they are not linked.
Yeah. I say those statements are just separate statements, right? But that's not what the flat earthers are doing. The flat earthers seem to be saying horizontal, therefore flat earth. Right? Now that is a non sequitur.
Yes. Because,
right? That's the difference between making statements that seem to imply each other, right? Or just two separate statements. The and would implicate, level is horizontal and the earth is not flat. That's just two separate statements. level is horizontal, but the Earth is not flat, seems to imply there's some sort of connection between the two, but doesn't really say anything. But then you get the flat earthers that say level is horizontal, therefore the Earth is flat. I mean, that's a non sequitur. They're not together, and the implications don't match. And sometimes people are left to imagine the link between the two. And I think that's what the flat earthers are doing. They're allowing flat earthers to believe that there is a link and to make it themselves, to make it up themselves. And that's a dangerous sort of thing because, as most people know, the flat earthers within this arena have got vivid imaginations, and they have, appears, the ability to link these two things together. I don't know how they've managed to do that. May feel a little bit guilty about it because I came into this arena making arguments, and I know the arguments that I made were specifically to trigger globe earth guys with statements. And now I found out there's a wonderful thing called an enthymeme. It's the statement not said, the implied thing, the unnoted implication within a logical statement. Now, I like the idea of making statements that trigger people into thought. The whole idea of try thinking is to make people think about implications of things. Now, I made an argument quite a bit ago about if the Earth was a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. Then I point out that a water level is a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference, implying that not curved. So therefore, use the modus tollens, not Q, therefore not P. You can make the statement that the Earth is not a spherical object. Now, that's an argument. It doesn't state that the Earth's flat. It just states that, the Earth is not a spherical object because of the antecedent consequent relationship of that statements. So therefore, I think what the flat earthers have done, they've took 4 years of listening to us take abuse from the globe guys, and they've imagined that we were flat earthers, but that's not the case at all. Never been a flat earther. And we've only really been talking about the argument form of argument, learning grammar, logic, rhetoric, through the trivium, and I'm thankful for all of that sort of stuff, but I've never been a flat earther. But the flat earthers have now believe that these arguments that we have somehow support flat earth. Now they don't. Flat earthers have believed that these arguments support their case, but they don't know what their case is, and the only way that they can deal with it is to lash out. To hopefully, I think on their behalf, I think they think that these questions will go away if you silence people and stop people asking the questions. You don't actually have to answer the questions or rebut them or anything. You just have to stop people from asking the questions. Not too sure whether that'll work. Doesn't seem like a good way forward. Particularly within a debate arena, if you're going to set yourself up within an arena and offer questions about certain things, then these sort of questions that we seem to bring seem unanswerable to flat earthers.
Unless the objective, Bev, is to create and maintain a false dichotomy.
Well,
If that's it, then that makes all the sense in the world as to what you just put out there.
Or if you want flat earthers to look stupid when they do
Yes, that as
repeat
well.
these things.
Yep.
And now I've only ever been looking out for the common man, because that's how I considered myself coming into this. I considered myself making a statement on behalf of my son to a group of people, and they reacted violently about it. And what we've witnessed over this weekend is the flat earth and the globe earth trying to take command of facts of reality, provable facts of reality, to be able to prove things that they shouldn't really have on the table. I'm struggling to find the words, because all of this is wrapped up in fallacies and obfuscation of very simple things. I quite often said that the simplicity of all of this sometimes seems too simple. Like, people can't see how simple it is because they can't believe that they would have missed this themselves. But that goes to show how easily you can be wrapped up into a thing that isn't really, or how people with modern minds want to make leaps of logic, if you will, to imply things that aren't really stated. And then when they get asked about it, because they rack their brains and can't find how they got there, they tend to lash out. Call it cognitive dissonance. It's one of the reactions that caused by this model affliction. Over the years, I've never found a decent argument stated by either the flat earthers or the globe earthers. And that's a shame, considering they want to talk about all of the proofs and stuff that they all supposedly have amongst themselves. And I'm not saying this to bash flat earthers either. The conversations are still there. If anybody does want to come and have a conversation about any of this sort of stuff, you can come and have a conversation. Now, we will only talk from reality, provable facts within reality. And don't get upset if we say certain things like the Earth's not flat. Everybody can see that there's mountains and valleys, and mountains and valleys definitely not flat. The topography measured to be not flat, observably not flat. So if anybody does know what the flat earthers are talking about when they say the Earth is measured flat, how can measuring something not flat make it measured flat? Doesn't make any sense. I've never been able to work that one out for myself. And when you ask flat earthers, at the minute, they seem to say that you're being dishonest questioning. I think that was said. I don't know how else they've decided to say it, but there's a lot of people now within this Discord server that are getting, well, let's say that they're saying some pretty bad things about us. Not to our faces, but when we leave, they're doing public displays of hatred, let's say, targeting specific Discord servers, targeting specific people.
Yeah, I'm on the target list. Uncharitable, that's one of the words they use. You know, to make it sound as though, I mean, some people have got a lot of a big vocabulary, and when they speak, they kind of want to give the impression that they're of a higher intellect. But they do use a lot of words to try and give an impression to other people that you're doing something you're not. You know, uncharitable was one today. Was uncharitable was that I wouldn't agree that when they said that it's, well, we know it's not flat. It's a topographical plane. We know there's hills and valleys. We know it's not flat. And when I said, well, then how can you say you measured it? They said it was uncharitable of me to not agree with them of their contradiction. We know it's not flat, they said. Yeah, we know it's not flat. We know there's hills and valleys and all that. Which seems very strange, and they want me to agree with them, and if I don't, then I'm uncharitable. But and they generally they talk really bad about you, even if you're in the room. Silence, you can't speak, and they'll speak about you, try and call you out, or tell everybody in the room that who you are, what your intention is, what's your innermost thoughts. I mean, currently, I was a flat earther, apparently. It's been said that I was a flat earther, and Bev came in and he recruited me, and he's been training me in the art of the earth not being measured, not flat.
Not flat. Yeah.
Being measured, not flat. Yeah.
I will tell anybody, but I mean, that's not the way it happened.
No.
But
no,
yeah, I will. I'll tell anybody it's not flat.
Yeah.
I'd say that you should be the same, right?
Yeah. Well,
you don't want to be lying to people.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody said, the Earth is measured flat, and I went along with that, then, does that mean that somebody's got control of me? It doesn't. I came here originally because I was told not to. I was told this was the place you didn't go. And so I thought, well, as in most of my experiences in society, the people they don't want you to speak to are the most important people to speak to, generally. And I came and made my own decision about, the things I heard here, and sought more information, more clarity, wanted to hear a bit more about these ideas. That I remember I've got, I hold some of them, but I need to remind myself about it and see the reflection of this arena that's enhanced that and helped me along. Really, it's been great. But yeah, there's, I just came off a 2-day ban for asking, is the horizon apparent or geometric? That seemed to be a massive crime. I mean, you could imagine in society, if you committed that crime in society and somebody threw you out or silenced you, you'd hope some people would think that was a ridiculous thing. But it went on, and today I was thrown out again for 2 days, given a 2-day ban for not giving in to someone's insistence that I explain something when they didn't want to explain anything to me. They didn't want to explain a question I'd asked them, but then they switched around and insisted that I answer their question. And because I refused, they then said, I was uncharitable, that I was the one who was trying to run from the thing, that I had nothing, that you can see, the whole room can see that, what this guy's doing. And I just said, no, I'm just not playing your game, That was it. So, yeah, strange days are these.
Yeah, I got muted as well earlier today. And then when we left, all that happened was this group of people targeted. Not only me and Elderbear, but everybody from this server that goes over there to listen. There was let's say a hate campaign set about, they want to ban us, set about by a guy who used to come over here and talk to us. So he now goes around telling everybody he's scared of us. Not just me, everyone from this server, because he considers it a cult. He says he's frightened. Frightened of conversation. Imagine that. Imagine somebody who used to come round and talk to us that is now going around telling everyone he's scared of people communicating on a Discord server. But that's the way it is. That's the way these people work. And that's the way that they silence stuff. I mean, I can only imagine how many people that have been around within this arena that this has happened to, and they've been on their own. They've not had people that they can talk to because they're new to this arena. And it wouldn't take long for you to find enemies if you were inquisitive and asking questions, trying to find solutions. And if people hadn't have seen the stuff that we've done, because I've made it very public, and these recordings that we've done, they're all there for anybody to go back over and see the conversations that I've had with all sorts of different people within this arena, flat earthers and globe earthers alike, and obviously people who are flat earth society. They're playing both sides of the false dichotomy, because that's what this arena is. They just want to keep it within their own little corner. I mean, it's a really dark corner of the internet that we've found ourselves in. Nobody really wanted to place themselves here. I'm betting most of the people who are around here, you know, having these conversations, being able to talk to people about things, never imagined that they'd be in a dark corner of the internet with other people telling them they're part of a cult for just talking about logic, going out, finding proofs within reality. I mean, it doesn't sound like cultish behavior to me, but there are people who are out there actively trying to portray us as that sort of a thing. No, that's obviously hurting us.
I just wanted to. Funny enough, I'm just reading through a thing about cults in the background, and it says cults are usually headed by a powerful leader who isolates members from the rest of society. So from now on, guys, you're not allowed to leave this Discord.
Yes, Mama.
Ever again.
Yes, Mama. Yeah, it's repeated again today by somebody that they hadn't witnessed any. It was only on TV, in reports on TV, documentaries, or whatever, that they'd met such evil characters like Charles Manson, and then allied Bev with that he was on that level of Svengali control of people. You know, I mean, if
questioning them on their flat Earth claims is equal to murdering a load of people.
Yeah,
in their mind.
And I think, you know, people in the you know, whoever's listening in the YouTube and things, you know, you can you decide for yourself if you've ever experienced anything like this or seen it, because this is all that's happening. This, so, you know, if there's any kind of example of something you can see here that I'm not seeing, that, you know, of any control or isolating of people, or that we chant mantras or some kind of script or something, then, you know, you can judge for yourself, you know, whether that's true or not. You know,
it's funny enough, though, because I am actually self-isolating in here, away from the people that acted like a cult and scammed me out of a load of money and then kicked me out of the Discord, and to this day make out that I'm the problem.
Yeah, well,
and guess what? It's all a bunch of grown men who, I mean, most of the ones commenting, you know, the slander in the chats from 24/7, they were all there back at the time, and all the grown men at the time agreed that what happened, well, to me personally, to my face, they agreed it was really bad, what I went through, blah, blah, blah. Publicly, they all turned against me. And again, to this day, there are still many, many of the same grown adult males sat in that Discord under the label of 24/7 that know what happened. And it wasn't just to me. Many, many women And what baffles me is that they're quite quick to slander everybody else, but they're not bothered about a guy on their team, in air quotes, because he's like a superstar to them. He's got the script down, and they all sit there and act as though they've got the truth, they've got the answers, and people coming in to question them are just horrible people and trolls, and they're so mean to flat earthers. Yeah. And I'm not saying this is all flat earthers. I'm saying this is this group over here that call themselves 24/7 flat earth.
Yeah, and like I say, I came into this for people that are unaware, unexpected within this, because it's quite easy to fall into, these sort of things. You could just be talking on the internet. You could say a certain few things and be led into a conversation with someone like Fight the Flat Earth or whatever, and Fight the Flat Earth would call you all sorts of names. So you could try and go and find solace with the Flat Earth group, and then the Flat Earth group would take you in and indoctrinate you into their belief system that they later tell you that isn't a belief system. They tell you that they know things, and they get you to repeat that sort of stuff. I mean, that doesn't happen here.
No, and when you repeat it long enough and well enough, they go, "Oh, well done, you can move up to the next level and you get a special role." And then you'll carry on being a good little puppy for a while longer, and then they'll go, "Oh, well done, you. Guess what? You can move up to the next role." And your goal is to get to the point where you have mod powers over other people, so that you can be one of the big names, because you only get to speak, really, if you're a mod in 24/7.
If it suddenly hit me, Emma, what you've been talking about is, even if you look beyond just this particular arena in this particular platform called Discord, what you've just described is exactly what people talk about in politics when they're in one party or another, and then they have a revelation and they go, you know what, I'm not so sure about this. Exactly the process that you've outlined is exactly what those people go through with their own false dichotomy, let's say in the political realm. It's exactly the same. It's almost like it's a human pattern of I don't know, control. Call it cult activity. Call it cultish behavior, since they want to use the word cult. I mean, who's sounding more like a cult? What Emma's describing, or people being in this Discord server going, "Yeah, come on over and have a conversation. We'll talk with anybody about anything. We just won't say that the Earth's flat because that's freaking ridiculous, and there's no proof for it at all."
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's become obvious to me. This hierarchical structure in these servers, where there's people who have power, and I keep pointing out and saying, yeah, they say, if you don't, if you don't shut up, we'll mute you. I say, okay, you have power. I don't have that power. I can't stop you from talking, and you only hear my voice. But if I don't repeat or give you the correct answer, or I resist being told that something is true and I don't believe it, or I'm just being stopped from speaking, they'll just mute me, and then they'll speak for 10 minutes, and then they'll demand that I answer, but I can only answer in one way, and to one specific question. And if I say anything that was to do with the question that I asked them, and say, well, let's go back to what I asked you. You haven't answered that. You just switched it. Now you're putting it on me to have to answer. And then, I get 2 or 3 words out, I'm muted. Then they speak for 5 minutes and tell the room exactly what I was supposedly thinking, saying, my intentions, and they're supported. They're supported by the other members of the group. I don't know if there's an overall leader or anything, but that seems to me to be very reminiscent of society. the politicians, of the political class, who seem to be above everybody else. They're never held to account like we're held to account. We go to court, we go to prison for misdemeanors, but somehow they seem to get by.
Yeah,
doesn't
that just
happen
like
to them.
just like Emma
And
said, there's terrible things that happen to people in this particular arena and in certain Discord servers.
yeah,
But same thing happens in the political realm or the religious realm, the religions, different
yeah.
world religions. I think it's a human. It seems to be a human trait, doesn't it?
I think so.
Like
Yes, it
when
feels like
people
that. Yeah.
can't think, right? When there is no critical thought, there's no critical thinking. And you couple that with a lack of honesty. For someone to be able to say, like for instance, the black swan, right, that we've talked about many, many times, fallacious. For no one in QE's circle to be able to have enough self integrity and honesty in them to go, QE, can we just fix this? Because maybe it'll generate more conversation if we said that the conclusion was the Earth's not a sphere with a radius of 3959. Maybe that'll generate even more conversation. But no one wants to do that. No one has the guts to do it, the balls to do it. I mean, like, I don't know. But it doesn't happen. No one challenges any of this shit anywhere. They never challenged what certain people did to Emma. Like Emma said, they'll say in private, "Oh yeah, that was really terrible what happened to you. It's really a shame." But then publicly, anyone that challenges that person go, I don't know what they're talking. I don't know why she's being like this.
They won't even acknowledge it.
No, I know.
Silence.
Yeah.
Silence. Yeah. It's I think that's been the most surprising thing for me, because I initially, after all the medical problem we had in the universe and all that, I was a bit down. I was thinking, gee, where are we headed? This feels really dark, where we're going, and then I ended this question, and I felt a bit uplifted. I felt, wow, there are some young people out there, because it felt very young, that were challenging the system, pushing back, answering questions, and I thought, wow, because when I look around, I don't. There used to be, in music and art, there used to be expression about society, protest songs, people talking about what's going on in the world, in government and what have you, and people being aware of that. And I don't hear any of that now. Maybe there is somewhere, but it's not in a genre of music that I hear. So I don't see a reflection of people standing up and trying to hold the establishment to account, and hold a mirror to them and say, look at yourselves, look what's going on here. I mean, look at, if all you've got is in millions of people is a choice between Biden and Trump, then you've got to know something's going wrong. If that's all the best they can offer to lead people, that's just a ridiculous thing. So, I came across these people and thought, wow, they're challenging the status quo. That's I thought, wow, so this generation of young people are making a change. They are trying to make a change, and to come now to this place where I feel it's just as controlled as that which I thought they were standing up against. And the heart of it, there's this structure of silencing people and not letting them speak, and misogyny, and I mean some horrible stuff said and done and spoken about, even when they're not talking about the shape of the earth, there's some weird stuff goes on. But yeah, that they are acting in the way that I felt frustrated with, that I couldn't get hold of the prime minister. I couldn't even Twitter him and feel like he got the message, or something got through and said, "Oh, what what are you doing? This is ridiculous." Something. And yeah, that has been the most surprising, I must say. This hierarchical structure that I've come across of control, that's just mirrors the system that I thought they were standing up against.
Did you think that was available in this arena as well? Because when I came into it, you just walk into a Discord server thinking you go in there for a conversation.
Yeah.
It's not that at all.
No.
Sorry, Emma.
No, and they say we want more people to come in, you know, where's the Globers and all that, and when they come in, they abuse them and tell them to go away. You know, it's a funny thing, but yeah.
I just wanted to address something generally as a comment I saw, but I'm not going to respond like specifically to that. But I have changed the way I behave on the internet. So when I was at 24/7, I was in real life. I'm quite confident. I'll talk to anybody. Not got a problem. Public speaking, fine. But for me, the internet was a whole different ballgame. And it took me a long time. I think I was almost on Discord for a year or so before I ever spoke more than maybe 2 words just to say, hi, hi. That was it. I mean, the thought of opening my mic terrified me. And I was nice to everybody. I was I was nice to Glovers. I was nice to Flat Earthers. I was nice to everybody because I only had the text. I couldn't use my voice. What you see now is a product of my experiences in Discord with people. And I realized I had to get a voice because if I don't have a voice, I mean, they'll just sit there and say all of this stuff about me. And I have to man up and, as they say, and learn how to speak on Discord. I still find it difficult, especially when we're live. But I'm here, and I had to change my attitude towards people. So you see me now, the way I treat people might seem a bit harsh, but I have history with these people. Like 5, 6 years of history. That's what you're not seeing. There is a reason for, you know, sort of everyone's behavior in here that has been here for a while. We know all the players and we have history. That's why sometimes it might seem a little bit strange. But anyway, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, I felt the same. I think when I came along, it was that kind of opening your mic and getting used to this whole medium of talking to people you can't see and trying to work out when to speak. There's a gap here. And then somebody else speaks and trying to find your voice. And, you know, I've said I've, you know, been trying to find my voice, and gradually I feel I am. And Em said to me right in the beginning, you know, when I spoke about that, you'll get there. You'll learn how to do that. And yeah, I feel like I've developed a bit in that, and I don't feel so of a lack of confidence in that so much as I used to, as I did when I first came. You know, and I'm not like that in life. I talk to anybody too, and say the most ridiculous things to people. You know, I'm not really fazed by that. So yeah, it's quite something just to get going in it. So.
Yeah, and it's really difficult when you go into those rooms and you hear those big voices that are always talking. It's very hard to compete as a new person. And I've noticed as well in this arena that those people who are brand new and come straight into it, fully able to speak, you know, as if they've been there forever, they're full of confidence. They usually have been around, probably on other debate servers or whatever. They're not, as I would say, new to talking on the internet. You will know those people because they'll just sit there in the background and not speak. And some people never speak, only sort of in back rooms, in private kind of thing will they speak on the internet. You'll never hear them speaking 24/7. There's a few people like that. And it's been years. So everybody's different.
Good afternoon, friends.
Afternoon.
Day, Rob. Yeah, I'd say I don't particularly want to have a go at flat earthers, but these people are people that do consider themselves leaders within the community. They consider themselves certainly above other people, particularly anybody that comes into this server. Now, I have, every time anybody's ever entered this server, I had to make it absolutely clear to them that they will be targeted because of an association with us over here. Because I don't want to be bringing people into this sort of thing without making them aware of what will happen to their name should they make their name public, or have the nerve to speak out and talk to people, say things. I mean, there's a lot of things that have never been said purposely because we don't want to cause any drama or anything like that. Well, I think we've been silenced, to be honest. The whole thing that Nathan Oakley does where he tells people to not watch us, it's because of that. We do have lots of skeletons, let's say. Lots of other people's skeletons hanging around. I don't want to make that public because that's not the sort of thing that we are. But I think why most of these guys feel threatened at the minute is because of those things, you know, from the past. That message from old dude. Let me get that back on screen. Oh. This is now old dude. I'm presuming this is a guy that's been around. I don't particularly know him or really remember his name or anything, but
he was always in 24/7 when we were there, always. But he very rarely spoke, if ever. I don't know whether he does now. It might have changed, but back then he didn't speak. He was just always around, always in the text chat.
Yeah. And this message here says, "We said it before." He said we, and I don't know who we is. It's not Bev. Think about it, lads. Wind the memory back. If you were there, you'll know. Now, if wind the clock back, we're talking about the original 24/7 crew when we got pushed out of the server. And I wouldn't say that we got pushed out. I'd say Emma got pushed out. And we went with Emma when this occurred. And when I say we, I'm talking about me, Turn Up, Spot On, and Redman. I can't think of anybody else who would have been there around those sort of times. And obviously Turn Up and Redman I kept going into 24/7, at least for a short while. And then we're here now. Obviously more people have joined this particular server, but that's from those days. So this is old dude, and he's telling everybody it's not me. Well, when I go in there talking, yeah, it is, it's me. When Elder Bear goes in there talking, that's Elder Bear. It's nobody else. We do what we do, not on anybody's orders or anything. We do these sort of things because that's the sort of people we are. We're the people that do talk up. We're the people that do ask questions. Emma does what Emma does. I can't even explain what it is. But this old dude, he's trying to push a narrative there. This is only because we go over there and we ask questions. Well, they have to sort of imply things. And he calls himself old dude. Well, doesn't seem very wise, does it, to be making up stories and rumours and things like that? You'd have thought somebody with an age on them may be a little bit more together. These are the sort of things that we have to get used to, and we have got used to it, being in this arena. And I always have to warn people of what occurs within this arena when you do come into it. It's a strange place. You imagine you're coming in here to find some truth and camaraderie with people who are fighting against the system or whatever, but you quickly find out you're not. You're just digging your hole deeper into another type of system, another control system. This one's about models, and they try and use it that there is a group of people who you should feel are against you, and in that you're meant to feel camaraderie with these flat earthers because they're helping you expose the lies of something else. But it turns out they're the ones that are telling you the lies. I've been trying to communicate with globe earthers mainly, most of the time. If you go back on my channel and listen to the conversations of the early 3-4 years, most of them are with globe earthers, and I've been trying to find what claims they do make. They don't make many claims. In fact, the only one that's ever made a claim, really, I think, is Blue Marble Science, and he makes claims about level not being horizontal. And strangely enough, flat earthers don't want to go against that. They're so sure that level is horizontal. They've built their proofs upon it, but they've never thought to go after Blue Marble Science and try and work out why he says it isn't. It's almost as if they're part of the same team. Been saying it for a bit. They're very closely linked because they don't seem to go after each other. They just, both of these teams seem to come after us, the ones that have the proof of level being horizontal, the ones that have the proof that the Earth's not flat, or proof that the Earth isn't a spherical object, right? It's just all a nonsense, this whole thing. So if you're within this false dichotomy, be aware that this non-sequiturs, statements that people make and make implications upon things, just watch out. There's a lot of dishonest people around here, and I'd say the same about me. I've told my sons the similar sort of thing. Don't trust anything anybody says. You try and verify it for yourself. Even the stuff I'm saying. Tassie Tiger says that old dude's cool.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah.
Like, no one, I've never seen anyone in any of the chats where Bev's been slandered or me or whatever, someone going, oh no, they're all right. I mean, old dude's lucky that there are people around to overlook the fact that he's witnessed some awful things and still chooses to talk like he does.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how we can imply that that you are at the heart of all of this It's not Bev. It was definitely me that was going over there and asking questions. Emma had no part in it whatsoever. The only part of it that Emma has is that the initial Discord server was named Emma UK after Emma. Now, this Discord server that we're in right now, it's not my Discord server. It's not Emma's Discord server. But it's a Discord server that a lot of people come and have a conversation with. And we do have some good conversations. There's more talent, I think, in this tiny little Discord server than most of them I've ever seen. Well, challenge anyone. The musical talent, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Nathan Oakley said that a lot of people have left this server, and then they've gone running over to Nathan Oakley to tell Nathan about stuff. I'm presuming that's just Super Monkey Ball myself. I think he's the only one that would be doing that.
I can contradict that.
Contradict what?
That people leave this server and go to his. I can contradict that with myself because I did the exact opposite. I left Nathan Oakley's and came here.
You know how Spinning Monkey Ball said that hang on, I've just lost my train of thought. Give me a moment, I'll be back.
Well, it's funny. I'll fill in a little bit for Em. Hope you don't lose your train of thought and get it back again. But, you know, my first now historic interaction with Oakley, and he got mistakenly got my name wrong and called me Elder Bear, so I decided to go with that. Part as a baptism, and also, well, here, you know, you'll have to remember this now, Mr. Oakley. But now he's started to call me Elder Bev, and this is his latest derogatory, is to call me Elder Bev, and he thinks it'll trigger me or it has some meaning, you know. Even though today he said that I had been at least making some attempt to, you know, I don't know, he said disassociate myself from Bev, but I think he meant to stand on my own. That I was, you know,
Oh,
challenging.
I've got it.
Stop.
I've got it.
Go.
Cool.
It's the hate thing. So you know how they say you hate Nathan Oakley. There's so much hate for Nathan Oakley. There is not one time you can find that Bev has ever said unsubscribe from Nathan Oakley. People shouldn't watch, you know, all of that stuff. But if you go and watch Nathan Oakley talk about Bev, you will hear hate. I don't understand how they can watch Nathan talk about people the way he does and then accuse us of, when we discuss Nathan Oakley and the things he says about people, that is hating on Nathan. So it's almost like nobody is ever supposed to hold Nathan Oakley or anybody like that to account for the things they say.
Emma's right.
I bet Bev went to make tea. Sorry, Peter,
Yeah,
go
on. I'm trying.
In fact, on Nathan Oakley, it is Nathan Oakley is using ad homs immediately when he is disagreeing. So, and he's talking shit really every day, I would say, because if he's talking to someone, Glober or not Glober, he is using ad homs and going with his rant, just long diatribe against someone using ad homs, calling names, etc. So this is his everyday behavior. So I haven't heard anything like that from Beth and Elder Bear when they were on Nathan Oakley or on 24/7. So it is not comparable, I would say. But we hate someone. I don't know who, because I cannot recollect who I hate. I cannot recollect.
That's the thing though, paper. If you went in, sorry, Rob, go on.
I was going to say, we don't even hate Sean Hawkins, for crying out loud.
I don't think anybody in here hates, right? I think you get to a certain age and a point in your life when you realize that hate it's just pointless. It's a waste of time and energy for everyone. And it's a really, I don't know, it makes you into not a very nice person if you hate yourself. Like, if you're the one feeling hatred, I don't know. I just don't think that's healthy. I used to be like that. There's loads of things. And even now I'll catch myself saying, oh, I hate like cheese on toast or whatever. I don't. I love it. But for example, and then I thought, well, no, hate. I just try and not use the word hate. But for some of these people out there, anyone questions them or disagrees with them, and they'll turn around and claim that you hate them or you're being hateful. I think it's just a sign of society and the way to shut people down.
I would add to that many people are just irritating. So when, for example, I am irritated, maybe slightly angry because of this irritation, but
Brenda?
I wouldn't say that this is hatred. This is I am not making myself angry with no reason. So sometimes I am irritated, and I can raise my voice because of that, but it is not hatred, because some people are just talking bad things about people even without them. So, and they are doing this every day or very often. So that would be maybe even not hatred. It is just maybe they are scared because people are scared of people and they hate them because of that. So this is relatively good explanation why they hate people. So hatred has background of fear. So this is a common thing, I would say.
But it is a very good way of shutting down people who disagree and labeling. I mean, you can just label that someone as being hateful, right? And that's enough for other people to go, oh, wow, you're being hateful. They might not have even been there or even know what happened. But if two or three people say, oh, yeah, they're hateful, they go around doing this, who are you going to believe? The three people that you know and you kind of have the same beliefs as, or the person who is questioning things and not on your wavelength, so to speak? That's how easy it is just to persuade a room of people that anyone coming into question is a troll.
I would agree, but still I cannot understand why. For example, if let's say that someone on 24/7 says that Elder Bear is a troll because he asked the same questions, etc. But okay, but this is not hatred. So even if Elder Bear is trolling, and he is not, but even if we assume that he's trolling, this is not act of hatred, at least for me. So what's going on?
I think what's happening is that, I mean, any flat earthers, correct me if I'm wrong, particularly you, Nathan Oakley, I think they're losing a grip. I think they've realised that, you know, it is a false statement to say that the Earth's flat, but they're tied into it. It's their brand. And they don't know how to deal with it. So people like Elder Bear, anybody else that's willing to put out these statements of, well, just questions. Anyone willing to question, you may say authority, but I mean, Nathan Oakley has put himself in a position of authority. They want to silence those questions. So they make it extremely public for people like, for anyone, really. They make it public that to be shown that you shouldn't be asking these questions. Namely, the questions of how do you measure the Earth flat when all known measurements seem to produce a not flat Earth? Thank you guys for those memberships. Good to see those people getting memberships. Adam Meakin, yet again, another membership. Adam Meakin's a Flat Earth Society member, you know. So we get all sorts of people watching our shows here. If you ever want to come and have a chat, Adam, pop on over. No drinking though. Okay, one of the nights where you're not drinking. Come over and have a chat. Maybe you can tell us how you can make these non-geometric triangles, which I haven't got a clue what that is. That's another one of the fallacious statements I think that flat earthers are making at the minute. And they must think that other flat earthers are simple. They think they can get away with it. I mean, can anybody imagine what the concept of a non-geometric triangle is? It's just, that's a nonsense. An oxymoron. But they're good at that sort of stuff.
When you are pointing that this is nonsense, you are going against flat earthers, therefore you hate them. This is their reasoning. So now, what you are doing right now is a speech of hate speech for them. So in their convoluted, let's say, thinking, they think that this is act of hatred. I would say that this is the same convoluted thing like measuring Earth flat with horizontal, which makes Earth not flat, therefore it is flat. I think the same, yes, the same kind of thinking is about hatred. So it is non sequitur, but still it is hatred because it has to be. Because
yeah, in these modern times, these hate laws or whatever that are coming out. I can honestly say I have no hate of anyone. I can't, with Emma, I can't imagine what purpose it would serve. It doesn't help in any way whatsoever, and we're only after communication, and we grow through these conversations that we have. Hatred doesn't help anything. So still, anybody can come in and have a conversation with us. We'll try and do our best. I've been learning how to have more tact, but the questions still have to be asked. You can't have a tactful way of not asking questions. It doesn't help. And we're not here for small talk. We're here to be able to further ourselves and anybody else as well. I presume people are listening because they want to further themselves within conversation or whatever. I don't know. people may be fascinated at what other people say, and that's why they're listening. Maybe that's where they get their arguments from. Maybe people listen to what we say and then take it, some of that stuff away and put it into their own conversations. Maybe that's the way the human condition works. Maybe that's how people learn for themselves, reinterpret things that people say. Maybe we're all doing it. I know that I listen to certain conversations. I didn't hear anything today. I was out busy, so didn't get a chance to listen to any of Nathan Oakley's show today. But apparently there was a very revealing bit about the passion, about the life-saving angle. I'm going to have to listen back to it at some point. But I believe that had something to do with Adam Meakin. I can remember his name being mentioned upon that conversation. I will have to go back and listen for myself to get the true picture. But I do know enough that we should be going back and reviewing those sort of things. We've had a couple of conversations, particularly this morning. 2 different ones, and then there was the aftermath of this morning, the conversations that came after that. So thank you very much. Miss You just sent out some new memberships and gourds. Thank you very much, guys. You're good supporters of the Try Thinking. We aren't going to go anywhere. In fact, I was talking to the guys earlier, thinking of coming back and doing more shows again. Maybe doing a weekend show. Trying to put some things together. It's going to be most of this sort of talking stuff, I think. But I'm hoping to get some more one-on-one conversations. Although the panels are great here, but I think we do need to have a one-on-one, maybe a one-on-one within the panel, maybe, if people are willing to talk about stuff. But again, I feel a little bit weary about doing things like that, because you don't really want to invite people into this arena, and knowing how the different people are and how easily people get misrepresented. Do you really want to be bringing people into that, having those sort of conversations? I feel bad, to be honest. It's got a message here. Thank you very much, God. Super chat. It says, shout out to Elder Bear. Heard him this morning until Nathan couldn't handle him anymore. Good job. I've not heard that one. God. You should hear him at 24/7. I don't know how many people actually listen to that 24/7. What's it called? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I think they have YouTube and Rumble. There's a lot of these Discord channels like this one, but they live stream to Discord and Rumble all day. So there's all sorts of different conversations being broadcast. Sometimes they may be not broadcasting. Maybe they might be from a different channel or whatever. I've got a recording of Flatsy from the other morning, actually. She's obviously been taught some ridiculous stuff about the horizon rising to eye level. Now, I've heard a lot of flat earthers say that, but I was trying to find out who told, because obviously when somebody says something within these servers, there's a lot of globe earth people around, and the globe earth people think that they have an automatic right to abuse flat earthers whenever they want. So of course, when a flat earther says something that's obviously ridiculous, but somebody's taught them to say that. Flatsy the other day said that the horizon rises to eye level, and some ridiculous nonsense about the aperture of a camera being level to whatever you're looking at. I don't know. I couldn't really understand it. But this globe earth guy just started abusing her. And I had to stick up for Flatsy because, like I said, you don't know who's told Flatsy to say that. Somebody could convince it. Could have told Flatsy, is that the truth? And she could have just been gaslit by a group of people. So she says it because a lot of people say it, like Eric DeBay. Other people have said it. I've heard loads of people say it. But I rail against it all the time. And still to this day, I've never found out who told Flatsy that was the case. Flatsy might still believe it's the case. Because I've said, I tried to say that, it doesn't. I've tested it. I can tell you it doesn't. I can't understand why anyone would say it would, other than pressure, peer pressure. None of the flat earthers over there would say that they were the ones that told Flatsy to say it. They all just went silent. They weren't brave enough to say it, but they got Flatsy to say it for them. Well, that's not on in my book. I don't see why people should be able to just tell flat earthers that there's a proof of something when it blatantly isn't. It's just a falsehood. So I wouldn't mind having a chat with Flatsy, but I don't think. I think the well's been poisoned by those guys over there at the Flat Earth debate. We're just no flat earthers. I'm not against any flat earthers or anything. I'm just against the arguments and the ridiculous claims that are made by people. There's no need to take anything personally. Just either defend the argument or don't defend the argument, but don't get offended by us stating that, you may be talking ridiculous shit that somebody's taught you to say it. We do know that how it works in these arenas, and how you have to be forced to toe the line. Like I said earlier, I think that's what all of this public shaming of people like Elderbear and myself, because we do ask the questions, and they're tricky questions. They can't answer them. And rather than saying that they can't answer them, rather than saying, like there's certain things that we can say is true and certain things we can't, rather than saying that, they just lash out. It's become embarrassing. And I don't think there's going to be too long before the flat earthers just like ban us completely from going in there and asking these questions. So then I would feel sorry for anybody else that goes in there and asks the similar questions. Because it seems like some of these questions that we've asked seem to poison the well. But flat earthers can't answer them, so they just end up muting you and silencing you, which sounds exactly the same as the narrative of the Globe guys and the politicians.
Call us Bevdards or Bev-Earthers.
Yeah, well, it's more than that, isn't it? Because I mean, this is going into general society. If you don't want people to say things, you can just silence them, take away their ability to say them. Social scoring or whatever. Now, what's worrying about all of this is that Nathan Oakley said the other day he's above censorship. And if that's true, then these questions won't be able to be asked. But Nathan Oakley will go around saying the same thing, that, you know, his ridiculous claims about how the Earth's measured, which I would state is a complete and utter falsehood. And if anybody is out there that wants to come and have a conversation, I mean, maybe set up a debate. I would show you that, I would say that, you know, surveyors, I've done it myself. We measure elevation changes, and those elevation changes quite clearly make the Earth not flat. Any flat earther, as far as I'm concerned, would have to argue that those elevation changes would be a measurement to prove that the Earth is flat. I don't know how you managed to go around to do that, but apparently flat earthers do. There's no reason as given to us as how by anyone. I mean, they've tried, getting nowhere. But to claim that you are above censorship, I don't know. I would state you'd have to be just talking about truthful facts within reality in order to be doing that. But I would say even that doesn't put you above censorship. There are certain truths that aren't, cannot be said, cannot be spoken of. That's just modern way of life. Just checking the chat. Yeah, so I think our days are numbered within talking to these flat earth guys. Now, I was only interested the beginning of this year because Nathan Oakley stated that he'd turned a new leaf, let's say, and they was going to be a little bit different, and he was going to come out with proofs. And I thought, that's more like what we do. Maybe some proofs of reality might be in order. But it seems there's no arguments. They don't even want to take on any arguments. They don't want to take on any proofs from reality backed by argumentation. They don't want to talk about any of that. Instead, they want to shut people up. They want to tell people to not watch. I mean, that's okay. We're okay doing what we do. I've always been happy doing what we do because some of the gains I've made, I'm not after fame or anything like that. I'm after trying to learn for myself, and I've done that. I've definitely done that. And most of the stuff I've made a vow with myself that the stuff that we do learn will only really be output to Discord within the small groups. It seems like well, I think it's a good job we didn't let the flat earthers see everything of the proofs, the realizing Euclid stuff, all of the real stuff behind all of that, even the stuff that Science Spaghetti Boy did. That's all been forgotten about now. People won't even be able to remember any of that stuff. We do, but nobody else involved with any of this arena will have anything to do about it. people don't really know what we've the depths of mathematics we've gone to, the foundations. I don't think anybody within this arena has studied level quite like those of us in this Discord server.
I haven't forgotten putting spaghetti on a phone.
You remember why he did that, though? That was because he was trying to rebut the Realising Euclid Tests.
His Realising Euclid. Stupid.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind having a conversation with QE about the fallacious modus tollens that he fooled flat earthers with for years. I mean, I've even heard Whitsitt go along with it, say it's a good argument. It just goes to show you how much people really understand logic, antecedent consequent relationship. It's weird.
It is maybe new logic because Whitsitt said that lights in the sky does not obey geometry. So, and he is into spherical geometry. So it's weird for me that he's saying that because many times his arguments, let's say, or rebuttals to others' arguments are good. So I wouldn't say that he doesn't know how logic operates, but he's making that ridiculous statements about stars, etc. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it seems like there's an active push for the Flat Earth Society to fool flat earthers. They really must think flat earthers are stupid. And I don't know. I like to take people on a personal one-to-one basis, but these people who group this flat earther role, frantic bunny ears, I don't really know. I can't understand why anyone would want to associate themselves with both Nathan Oakley and QE. It seems to be a ridiculous group. There's so many fragmented different forms of it that I don't know why anybody would want to be in it, class themselves as a part of it. I would say, and this is an accusation board straight to QE. I mean, he's handed out people a fallacious modus tollens. They called it the Black Swan, and then got Nathan Oakley in the Flat Earth debate crew to promote it as one of the best arguments for Flat Earth, when really it's fallacious in form and easily provable false. But because this arena played along together, both sides of the false dichotomy helped each other, and they've embedded it into flat earth dogma now, I would say. This argument somebody said it today, that Nathan Oakley had a good argument because he had the Black Swan. Well, it's not even a good argument.
I would say that they should read Aristotle, but they will not. So, but this is my recommendation for flat earthers. Read Aristotle to clarify your mind. That would be good to master your arguments, let's say, or at least to expose to yourself fallacies within your argumentation.
Yeah, it's there. It's simple, isn't it? It's the basics.
Yeah.
I would also advise everybody, really, not whether flat earthers or globe earthers, doesn't really make any difference. Try and understand the fundamentals of logic, just so you can form your own arguments, like paper says. It's well worthwhile. Because then you'll find that you don't really need an opposition. You can, as long as you can make arguments, you can use them to argue against themselves. You can find different forms within the arguments to be able to find the fallacies within the arguments. And if you can't find any fallacies within an argument, then the argument's a good argument. If that argument then can't be rebutted, then you might have the formulation of a proof somehow. All you need to do is then be able to place it within an experiment somehow. Very easy to do. And you gain a lot of knowledge from being able to do those sort of things.
Reading Aristotle is good because when you learn logic from Aristotle, you can also disagree with some his statements, because he is making some proofs based on assumptions, and you will be able to, let's say, argue with his assumptions if you can find them be fallacious assumptions. But first, read logic. It's good. Yes, read Aristotle to argue with him. So it's no problem. But without learning logic, it is just I would say funny, but it's just silly, because people don't see themselves. It's looking bad. They are making claims. They are trying to prove something, and it is just fallacy after fallacy, or baseless assertions, bad reasoning, non sequiturs, contradictions, etc. And they don't see that. This is for me, it is painful when people making statements or series of statements, they don't see that they contradicted themselves, so that they are making non sequitur, etc. Many fallacies. They don't see that at all. They think that their arguments are very good and sound, and they don't see that. Last, for example, because I went through this debatism thing last time. It was Jesse Gordon versus Flatzoid.
Oh,
and
I've kept away from that, but yeah, go on. I'll
yes,
take a paper organist review.
Yes, it is. In fact, I was expecting something better from Flatzoid, because he obviously can provide some, let's say, experiments or observations about optics. So he proved that he knows something about optics and how optics works, how to use camera, what is focal length and how it changes perspective. He knows the stuff, at least from practical side. And on this debate, so-called debate with Jesse Gordon, he was repeatedly stating that optics is not physics. It is not physical. Something that is optical is not physical. And he repeated all the time. So I would say that this was his script. And this is going along this stupid statements about non-geometrical points, that if we are measuring angle, it is not geometrical, maybe angle, but we are using optics. So I would say that wisdom of the stage, let's say, is now to refute optics at all, because they are trying to disprove some claims, maybe, by using optics. But in fact, you can prove some things using optics. And I would say that they are now trying to disprove optics or optical laws, let's say, which are, they are geometrical, because optical things are described within normal geometry, let's say, Euclidean geometry. And by saying that you cannot prove anything by optics, I would say that this is their attempt to disprove geometry. And I would say also that this part is done by Flatzoid, which is strange for me, because, as I said before, he knows at least practical side of using optics. And he provided, let's say, compelling arguments, or maybe compelling evidence how a perspective works and how can you prove or disprove some things using optics. So he knows the stuff, practical stuff, and now he is saying that this is not physical, therefore you cannot prove anything using optics, which is weird for me.
Well, what was the let's see, it was on Jeren's Debatism, right? 30 minutes or whatever time limits. What was the topic?
Topic was Jesse Gordon was going with his mountain to mountain measurements, and they were talking about perspective and measuring angles with theodolite, and of course Flatzoid was trying to argue with let's say limit of vision of theodolites, and he brought something for auto levels. It was a mess, but still it was like two people talking, two monologues, because Jesse Gordon was talking about his let's say measurements using theodolites, like to 100 miles or whatever distance. And in fact, Flatzoid didn't address that properly, but he was only talking about this optics being not physical, so therefore Jesse Gordon cannot prove anything because he was using optics. So main rebuttal from Flatzoid was that his whole measurements using theodolite is invalid because he was using optics, and he made many I would say idiotic claims, because he was using that thought experiment that you are looking from tube, long tube, and if you are shooting mountain, for example, the mountain wouldn't be there where it was supposed to be because of optics.
Flatzoid said that.
Yes, and so he was saying that you cannot align this tube with your with this peak of mountain that you are looking at, which is for me completely ridiculous. And he was talking also about confusing perspective view with orthographic view, and he was using this tube in orthographic view. So for me, it is very silly because he was accusing Jesse Gordon this angle measurement. If you are looking through a theodolite and you are making an angle, let's say vertical angle, so this angle is taken in orthographic view, therefore it would be different in perspective. And I was just rolling on the floor. But yes, this is what Flatsoid was saying about perspective and orthographic views. Complete mess. I am not sure if it was his script or he lost his mind. And Jesse Gordon was really confused. He couldn't understand what he was talking about. And I understand Jesse's Gordon confusion. I fully understand. Because he was Flatsoid was talking really stupid things about optics and measuring angles with optical device.
Yeah, the way I saw that is like we started this show off, right, called Non Sequitur, pointing out that level being horizontal, therefore the Earth is flat. Well, it works the same. I got a feeling because they'd done the over on debatism that the ice rink they got sent in a flat earther to do that one as well with McTuna and Fight the Flat Earth. So it seemed to me that flat earthers are trying to add level being horizontal into their false dichotomy. It either belongs on one side or the other, rather than you can use this tool of level being horizontal. It's just I don't know. I saw it as being a play to incorporate something that happens in reality to either one or the other of the models that they've got. And that just seems a little bit disingenuous at the minute. And they're both sides are doing it. And they're trying to take control of this level. Because it allows the flat earthers, right? Because if some crazy person wants to state that level isn't horizontal, then a flat earther could say, well, all I have to do is rebut that, and then my false dichotomy play can prove the other. And that's what seems to be happening. I think that's where the flat earthers and Nathan Oakley are dealing with at the minute. They want to take control of horizontal. And I think that's what all of this geometric stuff does, but it just happens in reality. So I don't want to get involved in it because these guys can easily misrepresent arguments from reality.
Yes, and they are making stupid statements to prevent people from creating arguments. The classical one would be, for me at least, QE's statement about that you cannot measure elevation angle from curved surface. So it is so stupid because in fact, in reality, you cannot do otherwise because you always have some curvature everywhere. If you are standing on the land, you have curved surface everywhere. And he's saying that you cannot measure elevation angle because you are standing on curved surface. So it is just stupid. But when people are listening to that, they might think that, okay, so I cannot measure elevation angle because of that. I am standing on the hill, on the slope, and I cannot measure elevation angle because of that, because this is implication of this stupid statement. And they are making so many stupid statements. These statements are sinking into people's minds, and I would say that these statements stop people to think, because I cannot do that, or I cannot measure an angle because this point on the sky is non-geometrical, or they are in aporia because stating that the Earth is measured flat when you are standing on the mountain, for example, it is just, I don't know what's the purpose of that. But for me, it is just more and more stupidity. Sorry that I am saying that. Maybe it would be considered as hate speech or whatever. I don't care. But still, there are more and more stupid statements, and many flat earthers are defending these stupid statements.
I'm not defending that. I'm not defending that.
Yes, I said many, excluding you always.
Thanks,
so
I know. I
will
know.
always so feel excluded every time when I am talking about some flat earthers.
Thank you, James. I appreciate it.
But people are doing that. This is, for me, it is sad. After 10 years, it turned into this shit. I expected progress, not regress.
Yeah, that's why I only hang out here now.
I heard this morning by a guy, F.E. Jedi. They were saying, you know, that as Nathan Oakley does, that the horizontal is the thing that's required in order for you to measure this angle or whatever, you know, the one that proves the flat earth. But he said that you use a calculation of dip correction in order to establish the horizontal. So you do measure an angle, but then you have to apply a correction in order to establish the horizontal. Well, that's not direct, is it?
Absolutely.
So yeah. You cannot use that as a proof, but they were still using it as a proof. They can't see the act that this, because you need a correction, then the tool, the sextant, there's no way that can establish a horizontal plane of reference that you can then use as your proof giving method, like QE says. You know, you can't measure this angle. Well, you only need 1 point and then 2 other points in order to measure an angle.
Yes, and this is the job of with the sextant, but other things are not with the sextant. So this deep correction is from almanac. So you have your height above actual sea level, and you are looking at almanac, and it will tell you how to correct this angle to obtain horizontal. That's it. But this is not. It is not measured by anyone on the boat. It is just calculated. So you don't have horizontal using sextant. No, you don't have. You have this horizontal only because it is already calculated. This dip is already calculated, and it is in almanac. So absolutely, using sextant, you are not using horizontal. You are using horizon, this line, and your angle is not elevation angle. So to be clear, measuring angle with the sextant, it is not measuring elevation angle. Simple.
Yeah. Well, I know that there's a contradictory understanding of that because we've got people like F.E. Jedi that states the dip correction is the thing that proves a flat Earth. And I've been told by Blue Marble Science that the dip correction is what proves a spherical geometry. So that's just two different understandings of the same thing given by a book that both sides of the false dichotomy seem to use as their proof.
It seems like two different versions of 2D.
Yes, and I have I have to address Gary Waibenga because he seems to say the same thing as Flatsoid. I would say, Gary, that you are wrong because it is not different angle. Of course, if you are looking with your eyes anywhere, you are using perspective because we are looking through lenses in our eyes. You cannot get rid of perspective anyway. So you are using perspective, of course, when you are looking through sextant, for example, and you are measuring angle. This angle. This you are measuring mm, mm, angular size between horizon and the star. It is completely optical and perspective measurement. And it doesn't change, this angle doesn't change if you change this view into orthographic. You can measure this with the protractor even. It would be the same angle. Using protractor and let's say tube or using sextant, it doesn't matter. The angle will be the same. I don't know what's going on with this perspective versus orthographic view. Complete nonsense for me. Sorry, Gary, but I completely disagree with you.
Yeah, I thought so. We explained that earlier today that I feel guilty about bringing an argument into this arena, right? The argument being, if the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. Because what that does is it implies that level is a horizontal. But as we've seen, the mean sea level is established on the vertical. Surveyors consider it on the vertical. Now, they are slightly connected, but this understanding of what level is isn't helped by a certain argument. Now, if you could take that argument on and then some other people say, well, that argument can't be true, therefore level must be curved to fit into their narrative, then people like Nathan Oakley can come along and say, well, that's a globe argument that level is curved. So therefore, if level's horizontal, then it's not globe. And they're doing like a not type situation of how to prove a positive through a not argument. Well, I get the idea that this perspective thing is a similar sort of thing. These guys have played into optics for so long that their arguments have been rebuttals of statements that have been said centuries ago. Euclid also did optics.
Yes, and Aristotle was also talking about optics, so they knew that this is just part of physics. And by the way, surveyors, when they are making, for example, azimuthal angles, I think that it is used for triangulation, or make this using triangles within surveying. So they have to rely on optics.
Yeah.
So it's just, for me, it is just undermining surveyor's job by saying that you cannot rely on optics because it is not physical, therefore you cannot prove anything. It's, for me, it is just idiocy. Sorry, but surveyors know what they do with optics, and they know that they can rely on that, and they are measuring angles using optics. It means in perspective view, not an orthographic view, which is complete nonsense talking about orthographic view when you are looking through the scope. It's just silly. And this measurement of angles looking through the scope, it means in perspective view, is completely reliable. And they are doing, I mean surveyors and other people, they are doing this for living.
Well,
and not
in saying that, you know that whenever they do angle measurements to the lights in the sky, they say is it about 15 degrees? It's inaccurate at the first 15 and then go above. I would state a similar sort of case within surveying, that those vertical angles, call them elevation angles or whatever you want to call them, but they're just the angles in the vertical plane over distance is highly inaccurate, because you're within that 15 degrees. You can't rely upon a vertical. That's why they just do the azimuthal plane angles rather than that vertical over distance, because it's just not accurate enough. It's not a fault of perspective or anything. It's just a fault of optics, distance, and practical limitations of.
Yes, and this refraction, yes. So, but it has nothing to do with perspective. Perspective is working with normal lines, straight lines, refracting at length, and this so-called atmospheric refraction, or whatever it's called, it is just additional distortion of measurement, rather very small. But still, if you accounting for that, it's okay, of course, and it should be done, but it has nothing to do with perspective. It doesn't alter perspective into unreliable measurement. So this is different stuff, this refraction. But perspective works perfectly, and they can measure angles, of course, especially on azimuthal plane. So, and there is no different perspective for vertical angles and azimuthal angles, because it doesn't matter for perspective.
Yeah.
If you are looking right or left or up and down, perspective is the same. So I don't know why they are talking about perspective, that it is something wrong with the perspective and geometry. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, hey, can I try to explain it?
Well, let me just go for starters. I would state that Jesse Gordon, right, is not a surveyor, and the methods he uses to measure vertical angles is a method that is never used over that sort of distance by any surveyor. So Jesse Gordon has got a standalone method for doing what he does. He's the only person that is bringing this into an argument or a debate forum. If that doesn't get pointed out, then people might begin to believe that what Jesse Gordon is presenting is something that is done by professionals. It isn't. Go on, Gary.
Oh, okay. Okay, but when I'm talking about perspective, okay, an orthographic view, I'm talking about they draw it out on a piece of paper, right? That's how Nathan gets his right triangle. He does the same thing kind of as the globe guys, except for they make theirs from the center of the earth, right, to come up with their right triangle and all their angles. And but what you okay? Let's say make an example. Okay, I have my back fence. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sections, right? They're all equal space. They got poles, you know, they're equal spaced. Now, if I go up to the fence and measure from one pole to the next pole, and then from that pole to the next pole, they're all going to be equal. If I measure the height of the fence from the bottom of the fence to the top of the fence, they're all going to be equal if I go to each individual one. But now if I'm sitting back here on the other side of the yard and I take a sextant and measure the angles between them, I'm going to get a different measurement for the ones I'm closest to compared to the ones that are further down the line from me. Because it's not going to make, because I am seeing it in perspective, and that's how I'm measuring it with a sextant. So that's what I'm trying to say about perspective. On paper, yes, I can go to each, or I can go up to the fence, take a tape measure, measure each individual section one at a time, right? And come up, they're all the same. But in my field of view, they're not going to be, if I'm standing back a ways and measuring with a sextant, I'm going to get a different size, they're going to take up a different space in my field of view.
Yeah,
Depending on my angle to them. And that's what I'm saying about things like Polaris and the sun. When they measure an elevation angle, and they can't see the GP, so they make an assumption, right? All they're seeing is we're just going to use Polaris. All they're seeing is a light in the sky with no depth or distance. And at night, it just looks like a light in the sky. It looks like it's right above your horizon. But it's not. It's way past your horizon, and that's what they're measuring, is the angular separation between that light in the sky and the horizon, if they can see it. That's all they're doing, and that is a perspective angle. And so that's why it never matches the orthographic view, like guys like McToon. They draw it on paper. Well, no, you should have this angle at this latitude and this angle, and we don't have that. That means your sun is changing, or your Polaris is changing elevation. It's not. It's just that perspective. As you back away from things, the sky compresses down towards eye level, but the ground always stays the same distance from you as long as you stay at the same elevation. Your horizon is just about 3 miles. It's like it just stays at that distance. So you're always measuring that star against your horizon. That's what you're measuring. That gap, that separation, or the angular space. I don't even know what you want to call it, or the angular distance, I think, is what they actually use the term. I just call it angle of separation because it seems easier to understand.
They call it angular size, when really it's just the size of the angle.
You can say that, yeah. The angular size of that space between that light in the sky that you have no depth of distance to. But all you're doing is seeing a light in the sky, and you're measuring that gap between to your horizon. Or if you're using the sun, that gap between you and your horizon. That's just a perspective view, because you can't see the GP to measure to. So then they got to make assumptions, and then they disregard perspective. And that's why the elevation angles that a globe guy says, oh, no, your elevation is constantly changing when you move, and it doesn't match what it should. And they show their orthographic drawing. And that's what Nathan's trying to, he's trying to hijack that from them, and they're both getting it wrong. Because you don't see an orthographic view. You can't see the whole thing and have a right triangle.
I don't
know if I explained that well or not.
I completely agree with you. Yes, horizon is closer, the star is farther away from you, but in measuring angles, it doesn't matter.
But, no, you're just measuring an angle of separation. That's it. And they establish the distance for those things, and it works the same no matter what. Because if I have a 45-degree angle from where I'm standing to the sky, I can go 10 miles further and measure a 40, and it's going to measure the same distance to wherever that 45. Let's say if there's cloud levels, they usually generally stay about the same level, and it's going to measure the same distance that 45 degrees to the sky is always going to measure the same distance ahead of me. The ground is always going to remain with me. The horizon, as I travel, the horizon moves with me. But the sky slants down and compresses into my horizon, and that's a perspective view. And that's what they're measuring, is they're just measuring a gap between the light in the sky and their horizon.
Yes, but my point is that this angle described in orthographic view is the same as you are looking through.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
So I disagree, and it can be easily disproven, because the case is that when they are describing measuring angle in orthographic view, your eye is a point, let's say, and your object has some size, and this is orthographic view. You are looking from a third-person perspective, let's say.
No, because you're measuring with a sextant. You look. You have to look, right? You're using your vision. You're looking at you're getting the aim at the light, and you're getting an aim at the horizon, right? And then you just turn your thing around and read the numbers. That's all you're basically doing. And you're measuring as you see, how you see it. You're not like going up to it and measuring the distance with a measuring tape, to that distance and then up. You're not doing any of that, which would be like an orthographic type of measurement. You're just measuring what you see. And our field of view does compress. You move away, things compress towards the center. You can see this with a zoom on the camera, right? You level your camera, zoom out to something in the distance, and then back off the zoom. And you can literally just watch as you zoom in. Everything expands away from that center point. The center point stays the same, but it's further in the distance, and or you can see further detail in the distance. It doesn't actually go further in the distance. But then you back off the zoom, and everything compresses back into that. But it's the same thing if you move towards something or away from something. It gives you the same effect. And so you're compressing that whole sky. You're compressing that whole sky as you move away from Polaris, and you can't see the GP to measure to.
No, I think that you are confusing resolution and angular size. If you are zooming, if you are using optical zoom, you are not changing angular size of anything.
So, no, I was just using that for an example of how your vision, how things compress towards the center as you move away or back off. That's all I was using that for. You don't measure with a zoom camera an elevation angle to Polaris or the sun. You're just using your vision.
Yes,
and we do see in perspective. So you're measuring in perspective.
My contention is still, I think, stands still, because you are saying that the angle, let's say, drawing with orthographic view will show a different angle. This is my contention. I disagree.
No, because if you draw it out on the paper, you can physically measure it, right? You can take a ruler and measure the gaps between things one by one. You can move to this one and measure it, move to that one and measure it, move to that one on the paper and measure it. You're measuring each section one at a time and saying, oh, they're all the same. But if I'm standing back here and looking at my fence, they will not measure the same amount of area in my field of view because my angle to them is all different. The ones I'm straight on to will have the biggest measurement. The ones that are a little further down the line, even though they're going straight across horizontally, they're going to take a little smaller space in my field of view because that's perspective. That's how I see. And it's similar to that, except for it's vertical for the star or Polaris. You're just seeing in perspective. And you can't do an orthographic measurement unless you can literally, with a sextant, unless you can literally see the GP point and the star at the same time. And we're not there by the North Pole, so you can't do that. So everything has to be in perspective, which is going to compress it. That's why when McToon and those guys draw it out on paper, they say, well, it doesn't work because you keep getting a different elevation. Well, then Nathan wants to say, even though he claims he has a right triangle, he says, oh, we have a right triangle. Then they say, well, then how high is the star? Because if we know the distance to that, we know it's a right triangle, but it doesn't match up to what their measurements are from those other latitudes. That's because at the other latitudes, they're measuring in perspective. They're not measuring an orthographic drawing or orthographic view. And it's not going to match because we don't see an orthographic view. And that's why Mattoon will use that. But Nathan will say, well, he has a right triangle, but then he can't give you the distance, even though he claims to know the distance to it and that it's a right angle. So then he should know the height of the star, right? But he doesn't, and then he denies that the stars even Nathan denies that the stars even answer to perspective at all, because he'll say you can take a measurement on the ground and go up to a 10,000 top of a 10,000-foot mountain right next to you and measure the same angle. Well, that's not true. And that's why they have to adjust.
Yes,
that's why they have to always adjust their thing over height over the surface.
If you allow me to address, because I completely disagree with your statement that that angle will be different. So let's say, for example, that you are standing on the floor and you have this you have theodolite or whatever. You have this horizontal. And for example, you are standing in front of some tree. It doesn't matter. You know distance from you to the tree. You know the height of the tree. And for example, you have this. You can measure this angle by turning theodolite up, and you measure, let's say, 30 degrees. So looking at the top of the tree. And you are saying that if you will go away and look at this theodolite and the tree from in orthographic view, that you say that this angle will be different.
No, because now you're misrepresenting what I said. Because if there's a tree and you can see the whole tree, you can measure the angles to it, right? But you can't see the GP of Polaris. You can't see it.
I am not talking about GP. I'm talking
right,
about
you're talking about a measurement to a tree, which you can see. The GP of the tree would be its trunk at the ground, right?
Yes.
And then you're measuring the angle of the top. You know the distance, so you know the height of the tree. But the thing is, you can't do that with Polaris or the sun because you can't see that to measure to. So it's too far away, and your perspective compresses the field of view as you move away. Now, you are wrong. You might be right on something. I'm not going to claim I'm totally right. I'm just putting this out there. But what I want to say is, with the sextant, if you take a marine sextant, okay, elevation angles to Polaris and latitudes are based on a sea level measurement, or an average sea level measurement. That's where they all come from. So you can't measure here on a 10,000-foot mountain for the latitude. You have to adjust that. You would have to adjust the dip for height over the above sea level.
I will rephrase my example with this tree. So you don't measure any from horizontal. Forget about horizontal. You have just theodolite, so you have to dip down to go to the base of the tree, and you are from that base of the tree, which is not horizontal, because you are standing, let's say, 6 feet above the ground. So you have to dip down to the base of the tree, and from that you are measuring angular size of the tree, and you have this angle of 30 degrees. And my claim is that if you would look at from orthographic view, from distance, your angle measured in this orthographic view would be the same as measured.
Yes, because you can physically see it to measure to. You can't do that to Polaris and its GP. You can't.
You're not measuring.
And so you can't do it.
You are not measuring to GP. You are measuring to horizon. From horizon.
I know you are, but they claim it. They claim they have a right angle triangle, and that that distance to the horizon extends all the way to the GP. And they try to use that, but it doesn't work.
Yes, I agree, but this is not my contention, because
I know, but my point is, a tree that you're measuring to is different, because if it's close by, you can see it. I can't measure a tree on the mountains nearby because I can't even see the trees on the mountain, even though I know it's covered with trees. I can't measure those trees. It's like
you can measure the
I can't even see
distance to the base of the tree. That's the point with the
that is my point. And that would be more like an orthographic view because you can literally see it to measure it and know that, and then you can measure the distance to it. But with Polaris, you can't see the base. You just think of it as a big tall tree with the light at the top of the tree and the ground at the directly below it is the GP, right? Think of it as the trunk touching the ground. You can't see it to measure to because your field of view is compressed. It's too far. So it is a perspective angle. And it doesn't match elevation angles based on an orthographic view. That's why McToon and those guys go after the flat earthers, say your elevation angles don't work. And then it just you can't unless you can start to understand how perspective affects long distance like that. You're never going to be able to show those guys where they're wrong.
Yeah, I would still disagree because you have just 2 points, and it doesn't matter if you are measuring this bottom, let's say, object is on the ground and is closer, and the object in the sky, which is or mountain, which is very far from you, you can still measure angular size of that distance. For example, from ground to that mountain, which is very far. And of course, you don't have right angle, but you have angular size. And this
well,
angle,
you can't actually. You can't even measure the angular size from here. I can see. I got mountains on both sides of me. I cannot see the base to measure to. I cannot see it. I have to assume things, and that's exactly what ends up happening with both the Globies and guys like Nathan. They make assumptions that you can't use because you can't actually see it to measure it.
No, they're making assumptions that you can measure a vertical angle over huge distances, and it just doesn't get done.
No, I don't. I agree. I'm agreeing with you on that.
Yeah.
Nathan they've kicked me out. I can still comment in the thing, but I can't go on to their Discord. Hey, Lucy, come. Sorry, I got a baby chick and I don't want my dog anywhere near it. It just came out yesterday for the first time, and it's like, although the mother, it literally looked like a cowboy yesterday. My dog was walking, didn't know it was there, and all of a sudden this chicken comes out, grabs him on the back with her claws, and is literally riding him as he's running across the yard. It was hilarious. So, but I know, this dog has got a little bit of a wild streak, so I don't want to hurt my chick. So if you hear me yell, that's what I'm doing. Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta go do something.
Okay.
I still disagree with that because
I can't see the use in measuring vertical angles over huge distances and imagining it can do anything, right? You can, like we say, you can do fuck all with an angle. And if you've got one vertical angle, it doesn't really matter what what you imagine, anything. Like you can't really do anything with it. It's when they claim to have a distance of one of the arms of that angle and then a right angle as well. That implies a complete triangle.
Sorry. I'm not adverse to changing my mind. I'm just looking at it something different, and I think both sides are getting it wrong. You can't measure an elevation angle in an orthographic matching view with the way you see prospectively.
You can measure the angle. That's one thing, right? You definitely can measure an angle.
That's not the elevation angle.
But you can't do anything with it.
No. I'm not talking about elevation angle because we already established that using the sextant you are not using elevation angle. You are not measuring elevation angle because you are not measuring from horizontal. That's why you are making this dip correction. Because you are not.
Well, the dip correction is height over sea level. That's what it is because all latitudes are based on sea level measurements. That's how you get a standard.
Yes, but
that's why we have a standard.
But this dip correction means that your angle actually measured using sextant is not from horizontal. So by definition, it is not elevation angle. So in fact, you are measuring angle from one point is close, let's say horizon, and the second point star is very, very far away. So, and you say that if we would take that distances, even calculated, in orthographic view, if you have these lines between your eye and horizon, let's say 3 miles, for the sake of example, and to the star.
Lucy.
So you say that this angle would be different if you are making this picture from orthographic view, and that would be different from perspective view measurement. I completely disagree with you. Angle will stay the same, because you can do this. You can move, for example, objects like let's say you can move away from tree, and the angle will drop in orthographic view. You can do this on piece of paper, this example, and you can measure this again with the sextant, for example, and it will drop exactly the same amount of angles, not different.
No, if you take a sextant, measure an angle to a star, and then go up 10,000 feet, if it's a marine sextant, you're going to get a different elevation angle. If it's a bubble sextant, you won't, because the bubble sextant you're measuring to the bubble, so it goes along with your perspective as you go up and down. It's always going to have the same angle because it's going to move with everything else in the perspective. With the horizon and a marine sextant, which you're using the horizon then. That horizon, when you go up, the previous horizon is going to, where that point where you saw it is going to drop down in your field of view, and you're going to have a new one that's extended out. And that you're going to be measuring, and that's going to open up the gap to the light in the sky above that. That's why we can see, let's say the sun sets. You've all heard this. The sun sets, you go up a ways, and you can see the sun set for a second time, right? Well, you changed the elevation angle because you went up. And so that widened the gap between the horizon, which extended out further and opened up that space. And so now you can see it a second time. So it does change. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see the sunset for a second time if it didn't change. You change the elevation angle by going up. So when you go up to the top of the mountain, if your elevation angle was 40 degrees on the ground, when you go up, it's going to be more like 41 or 42. It's going to go up a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. Just like moving away or going towards, it does the same kind of thing.
Gary, I would disagree, because what you are talking about, when you are changing,
well, then you agree with Nathan.
Elevation angle, you are changing your elevation.
And yes, which is going to change the angle you measure between the light in the sky and the horizon.
Yes, and by the way,
it can't do otherwise unless you agree with Nathan that the stars don't have a perspective, and because Nathan's saying exactly what you're saying right now.
Let me finish, because if you are changing your elevation above horizon, or horizontal plane, let's say, you are extending your horizon. It is farther. You can see farther because you are changing your resolution. So this Rayleigh criterion point is farther, and because
you're changing your angle over the surface. So the previous horizon drops down in your field of view, and extends further out to the new horizon, and you're measuring now to that.
Resolution, Gary, you are changing your resolution. So the thing that was merging at horizon, so let's say the sun with horizon was merging, so you cannot see the gap between the sun, the bottom of the sun and horizon, let's say, and you are going up, and suddenly you can see again the gap between sun and the horizon. Yes.
This so you change the elevation angle according to your field of view.
The only cause of that is because you changed your resolution.
No, you changed your
to
angle.
horizon. Yes,
You
yes.
changed your
Sorry,
elevation, which
Gary.
changes the angles you see everything in your field of view. It
Yes,
changes everything. And that's why you can see the sunset twice by going up.
yes, because you are changing your resolution.
Well, yeah, no, you're just changing your angle over the surface. That's all you're changing.
Yes, but by that you are changing, you are increasing your angle between you and horizon, and things that were at narrow angle between this 1 minute or whatever this Rayleigh criterion is, it's now larger. It's more than 1 minute. It's, and something after that, because I don't,
Yeah, because you
I
widen
can't
your
remember
angle.
this.
That increases the angle at the vertex of your eyes, which gives you able to
Yes,
see
better
past
resolution.
the
Yes,
former Rayleigh criterion limit, and now you can see
yes,
further, and that opens up the angles to the sky
yeah,
also. So the sun moves up in your
yes,
field of view,
but the direct,
and the elevation angle over the horizon is increased by
no,
going
no,
up.
no, this is not elevation
Yes,
angle. This is not
yes, it is.
elevation angle.
It's
This
because
is
it's
your
just a
elevation,
perspective
and
angle.
you are increasing, I agree, you are increasing your angle of incidence to the horizon, and therefore you are changing your resolution at that distance. So
It's going to move the horizon further out, which is going to open up that gap. That's why you're going to see the gap increase with the sun over the horizon, because you increase that whole area. And so that's why they have to adjust it back down to sea level from if they're on a mountaintop trying to measure these elevation angles for latitude. It does change. Nathan is incorrect. He's hanging on to it for dear life. Every once in a while, he'll throw in with a bubble level, but most of the time he just doesn't say it. Most of the time he just says you're going to keep the same angle. Well, that's just not true. And he's saying that the sun and moon will change angles, but the stars won't. Oh, well, are they the one thing in this whole world that doesn't adjust the perspective from the way we see it from the angle where we're at? That's the one thing now in Nathan's world that doesn't change according to perspective. No, only the stars, the sun and the moon. He won't say that about. He just says it about the stars.
yes,
And he's the one saying that if you go up in elevation, it's not going to change your elevation angle to them, but it does. With a marine sextant, with a bubble sextant, it doesn't, because you're measuring to the bubble. You're not measuring to a horizon. You're just literally measuring your GP. You're measuring from your GP.
So Nathan Oakley's argument against Whitsitt was that stars don't obey geometry or whatever, because if you are going up, you are changing your elevation, and the angle to the star is not changing. So this is his point. And my rebuttal to that would be, and Whitsitt's rebuttal to that was correct, but he abandoned
I did hear it, but I don't remember what Whitsitt was saying. I was too mad at Nathan.
Your height, when you are going up, it will be so minute a difference that would be not
it's
caught.
Not that minute. If it's only a couple feet, yes, it's minute. But if you go to a 10,000 foot mountain, it's going to be measurable.
No, I disagree.
No,
I disagree.
It will be.
For example, if we have this, that would be example when I am going with the worst scenario for me. So let's say that we have this this nautical miles thingy, and we are at 45 degrees. So according to this celestial navigation, let's say, that would be 45 degrees. So that would be 2GP calculated distance would be 2,700 miles. So the height of the star would be the same. Yes, according to that calculations. So this is the worst scenario for my example, because the height of the star of this Polaris would be 2,700 nautical miles above GP. So imagine that you are going, let's say, 20 miles up. Nautical miles, 20 nautical miles. This is not 20,000 feet. It is more. So how the angle will change if you have this 2700 nautical miles versus 20 nautical miles. You are changing your elevation 20 nautical miles. So the drop of the star would be beyond a measurement of the sextant. Compare 20 miles to 2,700 miles. It is just nothing. It cannot be measured. Do you agree? That's why I would say.
Sorry, I was talking to my wife.
Okay.
No, I disagree with you. You can measure it. That's
I
why
would-
even 20 foot above sea level, they have to adjust for the dip, which is just height above the level of the sea. They have to adjust for it because it does matter over long distance. When you take that angle over a long distance adds up to a lot of miles, even though it's a small angle. But it is measurable. They can do it. But you are going to change your angle. To everything changes by your movement, right? If I'm in my yard standing here, I have an angle to everything. If I move 1 foot over, my angle to everything in the yard changes. My angle to anything in the sky changes. Might be small, but it does change. You can't go up without changing your angles to things. You can't go down without changing your angles to things. You can't go right or left, forward or backward, or any other direction. Any movement you make changes your angles.
Yes,
and that's
but
the only thing that does it with the bubble, because you're measuring to the bubble, and so you take it with you up and down. It adjusts according to your up and down.
No, but
because you're not measuring to a horizon.
I think that you are confusing changing angle with this dip correction because it is intended to change just angle.
No, the dip angle is adjusting the measurement you took to a sea level measurement
but this is
to get the correct amount of distance for those angles.
No,
that's all it's doing.
This is different scenario because we are talking about, we have already this right angle triangle, and we are.
No, there's no right angle triangles involved in this.
Okay, yes, but we are after dip correction.
But I'm just saying, Nathan is saying there's a right angle triangle. So are the Globies. They're both saying there's a right angle triangle. They use the orthographic view. Nathan transforms his into an orthographic view.
I'm talking about this difference in measurement of the angle to the star. So let's have this that we have already. We made this dip correction and we have this angle to the star corrected, let's say, and now we are going.
Why do you correct
up.
them?
We are going up because we are not talking about dip correction.
What are you correcting?
We are correcting to horizontal. This is what celestial navigation do, supposedly.
No. You're correcting height above surface. That's what you're doing.
Yes, but
because the angle is not the same at both.
Yes,
it's not the same at sea level as it is at 20 foot. It's not the same at sea level as it is at 10,000 feet. It's different, and how you have to adjust, calculate the difference.
Yes,
that's the dip. That's what the dip is. The dip is just height above the ground, or sea level, or whatever you want to call it.
Yes, but the goal is to have horizontal.
I know, but the goal is you're adjusting to the measurement you would get at the other level.
Yes.
Because it doesn't match. It doesn't match if you measure from sea level to 20 feet up. It doesn't match.
Yes, I agree. But
and so they have to adjust it, right?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't measure the same. Otherwise, if it did, they wouldn't have to adjust anything. They wouldn't have to adjust for dip. You don't have to with the bubble level. You don't have to do any of that with the bubble level.
Yes, but
with the marine sextant, you do.
So we are talking
about.
I
mean a bubble sextant. I didn't mean bubble level. Just for any height above the ground, any height above sea level, you don't have to adjust anything. A marine sextant, you do.
Yes, I agree, but still, when we are after dip correction, and then we are going up, because we have to compare two distances, two triangles.
You're going to have to apply a different dip correction if you go up, because the angle will not be the same. So you have to make an adjustment to it to get it to where we have a standard distance for every degree of latitude.
That we are talking about two different things, and this was not a discussion between Nathan Oakley and Whitsitt.
I know, but Nathan, my point is, Nathan keeps saying he thinks he's got a right angle triangle, and that when he extends out his flat baseline from the horizon to all the way to the GP of Polaris, that's what he thinks he's doing. And he also thinks that he can go up, no matter how high he goes up. He said it numerous times. No matter how high he goes up, the angles don't change to the stars. Does change in his, according to him, it will change for the sun and the moon, but it won't change for the stars. That's what Nathan's been saying. So he's got all of these things wrong. He's trying to counteract, or he calls it back engineering. He says they back engineer. He's trying to back engineer it back to a flat Earth, but he can't do it either because he doesn't have a right angle triangle. He's measuring perspective, and he can't. So it's not going to match an orthographic drawing where you can literally measure with a ruler on the paper that you drew it on. You can measure the gaps between each thing, and they're all the same. But when you view these gaps, like on my fence with the separate sections, they don't measure the same in my field of view. The best measurements are the ones that I'm looking directly at. The rest, because I'm like on the left side, kind of. So if you measure the gaps from pole to pole on the right side, the last two poles, it's not going to measure the same angle as the ones right across from me. It's going to take up less space in my field of view.
But you understand that Nathan Oakley claim was that the stars don't obey geometry or whatever.
I know that's what he says, and he's wrong.
Yes, but for me it is just ridiculous, because if we have aeroplane and bubble sextant at 20 feet above surface, you can't do that also.
With a bubble sextant, it works. It's the same. It'll measure the same angle from anywhere. Yes, from any elevation, not from any distance, but any elevation. But we're talking about marine sextants, which is what most people are using, measuring to the horizon versus the star in the sky or the sun in the sky.
Come on, Gary. Let's get real. When you say most people are using it, you mean no one. Not even the people that use it within argumentation. They're not fucking using sextants.
Okay, if Nathan keeps talking about measuring the light in the sky to the horizon,
but Nathan's never done it.
Sextant.
They only use it within argumentation. They don't actually do this.
You don't do that with a bubble sextant. You do that with a marine sextant.
They don't do it with a bubble sextant or a marine sextant.
Yes, they do. Yeah. With the marine, they do.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
By the way, Gary, Nathan Oakley brought example with this. It is really not good example, but still this hovering helicopter or whatever. So we have situation when this helicopter is, let's say, 20 feet above the ground, and we are using bubble sextant. So we are measuring elevation angle from horizontal. No dip correction, and then in his example, this.
Don't say we are paper, please, because I'm definitely not, and I doubt it you are either.
What?
We are. You said we are measuring angles.
No. I said that we are going with this Nathan Oakley example.
But Nathan Oakley isn't measuring them either.
Yeah. But I am just inside this argument, because this is not contention. This is not what Nathan Oakley and Whitsitt were talking about. So Nathan Oakley point is that if you have elevation angle from low height and great height, it should change, but it doesn't, and therefore stars don't behave like they should. This is his claim. And Witzig's rebuttal to that was that because it is still very little difference. And therefore, this bubble sextant will not catch the difference. And for me, he was right. And as I said, because this difference is very, very small, comparing to the height of the star, that's why I gave this.
But has this been verified by anyone? Or is it just a ridiculous claim by some flat earth nutter?
I don't think so. But still, we have sextant, bubble sextant. I will say that it has the same accuracy as marine sextant, so it is only 2/10 of a minute. So with that height, you will not detect any difference. 20 nautical miles to 2,000 over to nearly 3,000 nautical miles. It is just nothing. So you will not detect any difference using marine sextant or bubble sextant. This is my point. So I am, let's say, going with it, but he didn't finish his argumentation, and he went to spherical geometry for some reason. I don't know why. Because he could, let's say, win this argument. Of course, he couldn't because Nathan Oakley was overshouting him, and Nathan Oakley was ignoring his argument. But at this point, I would say that Witzig's argument was very good. But then, after shouting and muting him, Nathan Witzig decided to abandon this argument, and he went to spherical geometry.
The problem I have with this is that, I mean, you two are both sort of arguing over an angle which you would deem to be a geometric argument, but certain people are saying that it's not geometric. But I can't understand why anybody would want to have an argument about an angle and then state that the outcome of it is that the angle is not geometric. I mean, it sounds ridiculous. It almost sounds like a self-refuting argument, doesn't it? Yes, stolen concept.
Yes. So this is the whole, let's say, Nathan's Oakley argument is nonsense, because he is saying that because of this measurement of these angles, that they don't change with height, supposedly. For Nathan Oakley, this is proof that this angle is not geometric, or the point in the sky is non-geometric. So this is
nobody's ever verified this. It's just claims made by people that measuring an angle proves that the angle is not geometric. Completely ridiculous.
Yes, completely. And my point is, and by the way, original Witzig's point was also that it is not verifiable. You cannot verify it. Therefore, you cannot say that because of that, this is not geometric, because we cannot verify it. And Witzig's point was, it is not verifiable. Therefore, you cannot say that this is not geometric. And to that point, Witzig's argumentation was correct, and I am with him. But then he abandoned his argumentation and went to spherical geometry. So in fact, for me, Witzig won his point. He made a very good point that because you cannot verify it, then you cannot say that this is not geometric. So in fact, for me at least, Witzig won argument, but of course he was overshouted, calling names, muted, etc. But for me, from listening to this conversation, Whitsitt won his point that it is not verifiable. The difference between measuring angles in different heights. From my claim is it is not verifiable. Also, you cannot verify it. The difference would be so small that you cannot detect this on sextant. And the similar point is Whitsitt's points. It's very similar. Therefore, Nathan Oakley cannot say that it is non-geometrical because you cannot measure difference. And you should. Nathan Oakley point was that you should have difference. And my point and Whitsitt's point is you shouldn't, because you cannot detect that. You cannot verify it. So that's the contention. Not measuring to horizon or whatever. So Gary Wajbenga was talking about something else. It was not the contention.
I don't know. There's a claim made by flat earthers, right? Nathan Oakley, that the angle doesn't change, and that makes it non-geometric.
Yeah, this is fallacious statement. This is a fallacious reasoning.
But we know that Nathan Oakley has never measured an angle with a sextant. So I don't know where he's getting his sources from that to make that claim. And
I have no idea.
If you make a baseless claim, it can't really be considered as an argument.
I agree. So I would say that Nathan Oakley completely lost his point, and in that case, Whitsitt's argumentation was correct, and so yes. So
it doesn't really matter who the opposition is it? I mean, Nathan Oakley makes a ridiculous claim that he can't verify and hasn't verified himself. It doesn't matter who there is as an opponent. It's just
but it's
baseless claim really by Nathan Oakley.
Now I'm saying that for, let's say, I'm making case for Whitsitt only because people listening to that conversation, let's say, would have impression that Whitsitt lost his not conversation or debate or whatever. No, he won his point, but he was overshouted. But still, he had valid argumentation against Nathan Oakley. So, to be honest, I am just I was with him with this counter argumentation against Nathan Oakley. But yes, and he proved for me, at least, I'm certain that Whitsitt proved that Nathan's Oakley claim that this is not geometrical point because of something is completely fallacious. Because you cannot verify it. Therefore, you cannot claim something if you cannot verify your premise. So it's just nonsense. But this is modern, let's say, modern geometry. It is even worse than this spherical geometry.
Yeah, Nathan's show today is titled "Do the Stars Have Geometry?"
Yeah, it's idiotic title.
What does that even mean?
Narrative.
I don't even know. I've not, like I say, I've not really had a chance to listen to it or anything. So I don't know whether there was a conclusion, whether the stars do have geometry, or what sort of geometry the stars might have, whether they're just going to make up some. I mean, you could have imaginometry, couldn't they, I suppose?
I would say that this is sophistry because this is wrong statement. Stars don't possess geometry. What does it even mean?
I don't know.
Geometry,
it's the nonsense,
geometry
isn't it?
is knowledge that we can have in our mind. So stars cannot have geometry. What does it mean? It's just sophistry or just poor grammar or whatever. It's just nonsense. Stars cannot have geometry because they don't have minds. Or if you assume they have, okay, so then have process geometry because they have mind. If someone believes that the stars are angels or whatever, I don't know. But assuming that they are physical bodies and they don't have minds, so they cannot have geometry. I don't know. Maybe he's going to some Scientology or whatever. I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense. This question it's just a nonsensical question. Do the stars have geometry? No, they don't. If they are celestial bodies, they cannot have geometry because they haven't got brain, they haven't got mind or intellect, so they cannot process geometry. So they cannot have any geometry. I would say that this is gaslighting. This title.
Yeah, I think it's because he's got himself in a position where, you know, they're saying that you can measure angles, and he's using that angle as his proof for flat Earth. But then you can't complete the triangle because then you can obviously measure a height to the light in the sky. But they want every other part of the triangle other than this height to the light in the sky. So he wants to remove that from the geometric reasoning then. That's the whole purpose of him having to do this. Are the lights in the sky geometric? Do the stars have geometry? Crazy.
Yeah.
He's put himself in that position though, right? By him making these statements.
Yes, but because when he said that this is not geometrical points, so now he's generally talking about celestial navigation, which is not geometrical. So this is not a science then. So navigators they are not using geometry, but they were. We assume that they were using geometry for a couple hundreds of years or more, and now it is not. Suddenly, it is not geometrical.
So yeah, which leaves him only with the horizontal, and a sextant isn't a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. So he's lost his only argument that he uses for his proof that he's going forward with the measurement of flat Earth. Shot himself in the foot, really.
Yeah, it seems to me he's, just been put under pressure recently, and he's doing damage control. That's what it feels like to me. And because he hasn't done it, he can't refer to his knowledge. He's relying on what somebody else has told him, and yeah, he hasn't got a knowledge base of his own to argue it, really. Somebody said this is how it is, and it's the majesty of the heavens makes it that way. I don't know. We've got no idea how it's like that, but it just is, and we can't explain it. We can't verify it.
Yeah, and you have to take our word for it.
Yeah.
Don't ask us any questions about it.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't understand. What does it even mean, this majesty of the heavens? So he's bringing religion to that, or what?
It's Adam's little phrase.
Yes, I agree, but
yes.
This is geometrical statement. Majesty is not geometrical.
No. Well, they do put it in the hands of God. A lot of this, how it is that we can't explain how it is. It's just, well, you have to ask God.
So it is spiritual. Okay. So we cannot measure because it is spiritual.
Yeah, I mean, if you have heard any of the conversations that have gone on between them and some other people, they do tend to use some kind of scriptural, biblical references to kind of play with people's belief systems, I think.
Okay, so maybe we will end with the reptilians.
Yeah,
in a few years, I think. Whatever.
I think Tom's saying in the chat that they can verify it. But, I mean, what they can verify is left up to your imagination. I don't know whether he's supporting Nathan Oakley and say that you can verify that the lights in the sky are non-geometric. Therefore, the proof that Nathan Oakley's using that the Earth's flat is a non-geometric proof. And that sounds ridiculous because I don't know what a non-geometric proof would be.
I think that this Tom was not listening first, and maybe he didn't listen to this discussion between Nathan Oakley and Whitsitt because I was referring to that. So I'm not drinking anything, but please listen carefully, because some argumentations are very similar, but they are not the same. For example, if opponent is making a different point, but this point is very, very similar to original point, people listening to that might think that he's talking about the same thing, but he is not.
Nobody really listens to any of these geometric arguments. No one.
Yes, but
particularly
still,
whenever you've got hold of a sextant, they're old, antiquated things that nobody uses.
Yes, I agree, of course. But still, I am talking how that people are making different points which are similar, and this is called strawman, because opponent, when he is discussing thing and he cannot discuss original point, he is making weaker point which is similar to original point and making strawman, and then he is defeating the strawman. So for audience, there is impression that he won original point, because audience, for example, cannot discern between original point and strawman point. Therefore, they think that he rebutted argument, because he built strawman, he beat it strawman, and everybody thinks that he won the argument, original argument. And this was not original argument, it was strawman. So the art of sophistry is also how to create strawman that would look like original point, which is not. So maybe Tom is not catching what strawman is, and he's just talking outside of argument. So please be careful when listening what real contention is and what real argument is. So next time, before accusing me of drinking something.
I mean, it's kind of changed over a short period of time, because Oakley had more confidence a while back, and then he brought up his sister, and that was kind of a strong. He was projected as a strong claim to knowledge, and then I pressed him on that, and now he's in the last week he's withdrawn himself from the act. I never done it. I've never done anything. It was my sister. So he was initially it was kind of a impression that he had more of a part in it and that he had knowledge. And now it seems to be he's distanced himself much more from that. But he's talking as if he has knowledge. And I know that in an opposite argument, he'd be calling for citations, proof. Did you ever do it? Well, what do you know? You never touched it. You never done it. That's how it would argue. And I think I don't think I don't know how much of the geometric principles really that Nathan understands. I mean, it's easy to repeat things, but I don't know really how much he understands, and the way he argues it, it's perceived as a victory to those who know less than he does, but they feel the victory and share in the victory. It's that kind of our team won feeling, and I know from talking to some of them, they don't really understand any of it. Just repeating and following the points of argument they've heard before that have been successful, but they're only successful in shutting people down. Really, it's the script, and it's generally been against flat Earths against globers, and they're never really pressed. I mean, I do only really see Bev in the main, pressing them on detail, on knowledge, on on the argument. But outside of that, there's not a lot. There's a few people who try, but yeah. So I think largely there's not a lot of practical understanding or geometrical understanding of it.
I have to defend Tom because he made this comma. So yes, so he was talking to me about widths and natives, not three of them, but still okay.
Yeah, and I've just been, I said, there's just things that don't add up in my head, and then I just go and ask the question, and then it gets really out of hand, and then I think, hello, so there's, what's happened here? What's wrong with the truth somehow? Why has I've got to be abused or shut down or whatever? I think there's some avoidance of an answer. Or, if I try to say like that, well, where is that verified? It's not a gotcha. I heard them today saying that I'm just there trying to get a gotcha. Well, I'm not trying to get a gotcha. I'm just saying, well, where's that been verified? Because, I heard him say the other day, as far as we can ascertain. So that told me that he doesn't know it. It's just as far as he understands it to be. So that's what made me ask the question. Well, do they actually know that then? Because if I said to him, as far as it's only as far as you can ascertain, he'll say, I never said that. He never said that. So, it's quite difficult to pin him down sometimes. And another guy I spoke today, he was arguing about measuring the earth flat. And he said I was uncharitable because he did this long monologue in which he said the earth is generally flat, this topographical plane, and he went on and on and on, and I just said, well, in all those words you used, and you tried to sound intellectual, you did say the word generally. And so, well, that means it's not flat. Doesn't matter how you try and wrap it up and say it's been measured. You want me to be uncharitable and say, okay, all right, that'll do. Because, it's 2 + 2 = 5, isn't it? That'll do. And then a little further along, everything's wrong because it was 5 and not 4. So it may, it matters as to what might come next and what follows and what you can deduce from that based on something you agreed or disagreed with. It's not to be pedantic or just for the sake of argument or to annoy people or to troll people. It's because I know because I see it in the reverse. So what I'm saying is that when somebody presents them with an argument that's about the globe, they'll take it down to the finest detail, and several of them at a time will try and refute and argue something's ridiculous. They'll laugh at them, throw them out, but they can't bear that scrutiny themselves. Yeah, carry on.
No, I'm just saying that even if in this thought experiments or whatever, or these speculative examples, you have to establish is if the thing is possible or impossible.
Yeah.
Because if someone is talking about things that are impossible, So there is no point of arguing anything. So that's, but these questions that you are asking, for example, that horizontal is level and therefore Earth is measured not flat, it is just about that, because it invalidates this measurement of flat Earth, because horizontal is not Earth.
Yeah.
So by
And they
asking
say
that
it.
kind of question, you are just invalidate. That's why they don't like it.
Yeah. But they,
Because
you know, they,
in this question, there is already refutation. So you really don't need to answer this question. That's why they don't want to hear these questions, because the answer is obvious. So you are just annoying them by asking questions, not because because they are going to answer, or they have difficulty to answer. No, they just don't like to hear that question, because this is just inconvenient to them to hear this, because it is cognitive dissonance, immediately cognitive dissonance. So that's why they don't like it, to hear that questions. That's why they mute you.
Yeah, being a student of the argument, I find it pretty much unbelievable, really, that they can make such malformed arguments, particularly based around geometry. Like, the argument seems to falsify the geometry that they're attempting to use. It's, it's worse than Wally, really. When Wally was showing us that, the stolen concept of the globe model. I mean, well, this is a flat Earth stolen concept. Again, they're just showing us that there's very little difference between either of the sides of the false dichotomy, in the fact that they can make arguments that refute the basis of them making an argument, but then assume that that argument comes down in their favor at the outcome.
And by the way, they are doing the same thing that the Globers were doing with geometry.
Yeah.
So now it seems that this is flat Earth turn.
It's exactly the same as the slander and the stuff that the Globers were doing 4 years ago. It's just reversed now, and now it's the flat earthers with the fallacious arguments, and the globe guys seem to have just disappeared. They're not even around anymore. They don't need to do what they used to do, because the flat earthers are doing it all for them. I've never heard of a globe Earth argument for ages. They're just all rebuttals to flat earthers saying nonsense statements.
Yes, for last one I've heard from Brenda on Nathan Oakley. Brenda said that there is no such thing like antecedent and consequent. And Brenda repeated that like 2 or 3 times.
Necessary consequent, I think it was. That Nathan Oakley was using. It's one of the terms that Nathan Oakley uses, a necessary consequent.
Yes, but Brenda was talking about, I think, in general, that there is no such thing as antecedent-consequent relationship. So Brenda is in state of, I would say, it's a straight road to insanity, because and Brenda repeated that many times. And by the way, it was, I think, when you were there also. So Brenda said something that you agreed with Brenda, And then Brenda said this stupid thing. So, because Nathan Oakley was saying something about geometry, I think Brenda was responding, and you agreed with Brenda because, of course, he said something, sometimes something normal. But then Brenda said that there is no relationship, there is no such thing like relationship between antecedent and consequence, something like that. I have to listen to that again, exactly. But so it means that Brenda is defying logic. So logic doesn't work. So it's, for me, it's just insanity. But now they, Globers were refuting geometry, using geometry for like 3 years or more. And now flat earthers, Nathan Oakley, let's say, and QE maybe, now they are refuting geometry. But they are not using geometry for that. They are just stating stupid things. I am very curious how they can refute geometry, like Globers. What would that be in the future? Because we already know how Globers are refuting geometry. So they are falling into contradictions, fallacies, etc. So I am curious how how flat earthers will deal with that.
Again, I don't know whether you could say flat earthers as a whole, right? You're going to have to put this one directly down to the flat earth debate crew, aren't you?
Yeah, yes,
you know, like,
of course.
Because you don't want to put everybody in that. It seems like this one particular group.
Rob. Not Rob.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The entire of the flat earth debate crew, and the overspill as well. I think it's going over to 24/7. At least all of the people that I'm able to talk to all have the same response. They don't want to answer, and to stop them from having to answer it, you end up getting muted, so you don't ask the question that they have to reply to, right? But doesn't stop it being a ridiculous nonsense statement that's been made by these people.
Yeah, they are just making statements. So at least Globers were making fallacious arguments.
Well, what was the thing we heard this morning? It wasn't virtually, it was, he was describing it's not flat, but it's flat. I can't remember the word that he used.
Generally?
Was it? No, it was, there was a, there,
overall? Flat overall?
no, but Bev was, Elder Breath, well, you might have been kicked at that point, but it was the guy he was talking about. He was trying to make, like justifying using the term flat earth, and the term flat they use colloquially. Everybody knows it's not literally flat. Was that what he was saying? I can't remember.
Yeah, well, I don't know, because it all sounds like a nonsense.
Brian's logic was saying that it is just description. It is not measured flat, but this is just description, etc.
No, these were particularly getting upset because I was saying it's measured not flat, but then they tried to incorporate that not flat measurement into a measurement of flat.
Yeah, it was a word. He's like, everybody knows. They've gone, some of them, or this guy was going past, like, they've said it for ages.
Effectively, Amanda says.
Maybe effectively, it was something like that. Essentially, or something. There was a word he was using specifically. Everybody, we all know it's not, whatever flat, but it's flat. Was basically, he did it. He went on this monologue like at least 4 times the same way, but it was a nonsense because it was saying, a plane with 2D. It's like the tables. We describe it as flat, but we know like there's infinitesimal bumps on it or whatever. It was crazy, like the links that they have to go. And that, to me, that's like as bad as like what the Globers have to do with all their nonsense, like toothpicks and an orange. I mean, why would you say flat Earth, but then go on to say, well, we know it's not flat? And he even said the topological plane thing was like, if you want to describe it topological plane, it's like you can't. It's a misnomer.
Yes, an oxymoron. Because
an oxymoron. Yeah, thank you.
If it is plane, so and it has topography, so topography means that there is no plane.
No plane.
So what is going on?
That's another thing that I was asking them. I said the only thing you could rely on is the base, because if you if you measure you level a shelf, then anything that you put on the shelf isn't level, because could be all sorts of different things, but the bottom of the shelf still remains horizontal. So I was asking them, is that what they're calling like the base, the underneath of it? And if that's the case, then are they talking about a disc or something with a level horizontal underneath to it? And then that's the point that they started to get offended, because obviously.
Obviously.
But they put themselves in that position. So this is not your fault.
No, I know, but I mean, when you hear the reply and the response that we got, even after I left, like what they were deciding about us and how we were being pedantic and it was ridiculous. The rebuttal to instead of just answering the question and saying, well, yeah, it's not actually flat, but they have to incorporate this measurement of flatness in, because Nathan Oakley's decreed it.
Did you just say it with confidence?
Yeah. I can't see how they can get out of it. The only thing they're going to have to do is just mute anybody or kick them out and then ridicule them and make sure that everybody else who's in the room hears that, they're not going to answer this question. They're going to ridicule anybody that does ask them the question. And all of the people that they have, that, that they're training up to go out into general public, I don't know how they're going to reply whenever they get asked the question.
I would say that they cannot reply, because if they say that Earth is flat because this is just a name, so it is misnomer, it is meaningless description, so it is just fancy name. Okay. But now they are trying to validate this misnomer with this measurement. So it is even worse, because I would say that till 2024, it was only misnomer. So, okay, you can name a thing or universe or whatever as you want. It doesn't matter really how you name it. But making the case by measuring flat, it means that you can prove that this misnomer is not misnomer. And you can prove that this misnomer is misnomer because it is measured not flat. So I would say that they shot their foot, because till now it was misnomer, so we can go with that fancy name. But now it is proven to be flat because of measurement of flatness of Earth. For me, it is just
well, no, worse. You see, the moment you start talking about the measurements of Earth turns into a table.
Yeah,
that's the 24/7 way of argumentation. You swap the Earth to a table, and then obviously you don't say that we're just talking about the tabletop. They talk about it as though it's the entirety of the table, the whole of the table, becomes flat.
Or a trip to IKEA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where you said if I went to IKEA and I told them I wanted a table that's 0.000013 tolerance of being flat.
That's not even what is done in machining. That's not even a thing. Not to flat. It would be like there are tools that can do that, but they don't reference those specifications to flat. That's just not a thing.
Yeah, in engineering, no.
Yeah, it's like you need this machine bed, like leveled or whatever. You need it machined a certain way. It's not machined to a specificity of flat. It's just, or like from this like machine bed to this one, we need them the same. Or what's the float glass, like that has to be on the same horizontal all the way across because of the way it they process it. But it's not a measurement to flat.
But then he said the tolerance of the Earth was 50 miles. From the highest to the lowest. So
well, the tools that we've seen that can do those types of measurements, they're not referenced to flat. Promise you that.
Yeah. But it still stands that he took this flight in an aeroplane to Iraq and confidently measured the Earth to be covered in 66.2% water.
That's amazing.
And he stood by it, and
double
said
down.
I was being stupid, that,
You don't understand.
I was being uncharitable. That was the one.
And you should just let him do it.
Yeah. And I was got question where you got those figures from. As I said, you're going to need a globe for that. That's where he got them from, and that's what he was basing all his new model on. Which is what I asked the other day: was what is common? What data from the globe did you throw out, and which did you keep, and is common to the flat Earth model? Because there appears to be quite a bit of it. I'm not really sure when you said, well, that wasn't measured, that wasn't done, that's never been proven, but you still use it in your model, because if you look at Brian's map and the way that's described with the concentric longitudinal lines, then there's a circle, there's a pole, a north pole in the middle, and I guess at some point, I'm not sure how long it is, there's a radius too.
Or radius, yeah.
Yeah, because if the globe map or the globe came from flat Earth measurements, and from what I hear Oakley say was wrapped around a cylinder and then put onto a globe. So I don't really know what he's talking about or what that refers to. But if it's like if it was originally flat Earth measurements and then they put it around a ball, and now they're unwrapping it and putting it back to where it was originally, and saying it's polar centric, then there is a limit to the distance of it if it came off the globe, and hence the ice wall on the map. But then they claim possibly there's more land beyond that. So where is that piece? Where was that cut off and not included in the globe bit? Or it's hard to kind of work out how far it goes, and yet they say, well, we haven't got a model, we don't make any claims. But they're constantly painting pictures for people to incorporate into their imagination and say, it's flat, it's polar centric, it's all the things that they claim without any proof. So it's kind of a bit confusing, and when I'm just kind of trying to work through what they're saying and how it adds up, and well, what happens there, that seems to create the problems. And Yeah. Quite how you move on in your, your door of knowledge that helps you understand perspective. And if they don't know, they don't know. But there's lots of claims being made and pointing at people who also don't know, but maybe have questions, and telling them that they're ridiculous and they're crazy and delusional and all that. And the source doesn't seem, or the claim source doesn't seem to know anything about it.
Algebra,
Or
understanding perspective is very easy because you are using geometry. So there is no problem with understanding perspective because it is pure geometry, nothing more, Euclidean geometry. So perspective is described by Euclidean geometry. No problem. They are making case, they are making problem. They say it doesn't. Geometry does not describe perspective properly.
Yeah.
So they are segueing from science into some kind of wizardry or Scientology or whatever. Don't know, but it is just a mess. It's not right because supposedly it worked for over 2,000 years, and now it's not working. And at the same time, they are producing better and better optical devices.
Yeah.
So they obviously have to, and their knowledge about this production of lenses, etc., it's based on geometry. So it's just nonsense what they are talking about, this non-geometrical perspective. It's just complete nonsense. Okay, guys, I am off to bed.
Okay,
thank you very much, Paper. It's nearly midnight. Yeah, I don't know. You're banned from there now, Paper? Sorry, Elder Bear. A couple of day ban again, is it?
I got a 2-day ban today. Yeah.
You didn't get that relinquished, or
I haven't checked
around?
to see. I haven't checked to see if it's been. There was some other reason. I mean, they did ban me, and then they were talking about me because I could listen on YouTube, and then they were talking that if I was to put in the chat, which I couldn't see because I was banned, but they sort of called me out in the chat that if I would come back and explain to them and give them definition of horizontal, then they'd unmute me. But I mean, I couldn't see it anyway because they'd banned me. So yeah, we'll see.
Well, I'll be in there in the morning. I think I do a little trip around. I like to try in some of those other rooms as well.
Yeah, I've been doing that
just to listen.
Yeah, they're quite amusing, some of them.
I mean, we were going over Discord. Do you know there's 6 million Discord channels?
Really?
Yeah. So
Wow.
there's got to be other rooms out there. This can't be the only sort of channels that we're. There's got to be a multitude of other channels for us to go and have a conversation in.
I think there'd be a directory or something somewhere you could source it and flick through, and probably somewhere, but
yeah. So I think we might sort of start taking trips elsewhere.
Yeah.
To other Discord servers.
Yeah. No, that'd be a good thing to do.
Yeah,
and get into other subjects really.
Well, just practice really the art of conversation, because I think this is slowly seeing its death, isn't it? I mean, it's not much use when you're arguing with people that are making self-refuting claims or arguments or whatever. It's just nonsense. Don't think I can continue to talk to somebody, especially when the reaction is as, I don't know, nothing else but to say, but a violent reaction, really.
Yeah.
to
that's
you
true.
know, these discussions. I mean, they're obviously much safer. Well, it's much safer for us to not converse with those people. Now, whether that's what they want or not, I don't know. But they want to live in their little safe echo chamber, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of voices in the background calling for that, and same as there is when I go to FED with Oakley's. You know, there's lots of people in the background saying I'd ban him, get him out of here, and that hasn't happened totally there. But yeah, there's certainly a lot of people calling for it, and maybe because it damages, you know, their sense of victory. You know, they were much better. It was much more comfortable when they could just shout at some globers and kick them out, and then they came back and they messed around with them like playing with a wounded animal or something. You know, they felt like they were victorious. Every day was a victory. You know, God, did you see so and so? He's great. You know, he's such a legend. Got all the arguments. And they are much, you know, the ones when they're studied or learned the scripts, you know, they're quite useful. They work quite well, you know, against certain people. You know, when it's turned onto them and they're asked to justify their claims, then yeah, that's not the game. That's really not the game. It's not the way they want to play it.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to try and, you know, get into these more arguments. And obviously, we do have proofs. It would be good for me to practice conversing with those sort of things. But it seems that, like, these guys don't like hearing questions. They don't like asking for proofs, or they don't want proofs to be presented to them. It's very strange. Guess you can't go past that, though.
Yeah, don't mess with the status quo.
Yeah, I like the mathematical chats and the argumentation through geometric mathematical means. It's a lot easier to understand and, you know, to get into that sort of thing, I think, anyway. But I mean,
yeah,
like we were saying earlier, with the use of words, certain people don't they don't even understand what all of these words mean. So unless you've been in the arena and you've actually gone through your thesaurus or whatever, then it's not much use to anybody. And it just makes you sound a bit stuck up or whatever. I like to try and keep it to the advanced simplicity. The reason sometimes we use words is because we've been struggling with the rhetoric and not being able to have a way to express certain things. No other way to do it, to describe them, because you can't describe what they are because you don't have the words to express it. But then these ancient words appear that seem to explain it really simply, but you've never heard of the word before. So because we've been looking for the words to describe a certain thing, they fit for us, but other people just hear the words that we use and they have no understanding of what we were trying to express. They just hear this word that means nothing. They may have never heard it before. And there was a lot of that this morning from a couple of the guys. I think that's just a means of sophistry that they employ. And I don't want to be doing that. Amanda says she goes straight to the dictionary. that's worthwhile, but sometimes these words aren't even in the dictionary. Some of the words that they've been taken out of common usage for a purpose. Sometimes there aren't words to express certain things. We'll hopefully try to simplify all of this sort of stuff. Just know that we are not flat earthers. Everybody in this sort of arena on the level, they're all individuals, and each argument that people make, they're their own. It's not a group. The one thing that we are not is speaking for each other. Everybody here speaks for themselves, on behalf of themselves, for themselves. There's no need for anybody to imagine, because you're probably going to hear a lot of it coming from people around, that there's some sort of a cult behavior, a mentality of cultism. Well, no. Everybody here has the ability to speak for themselves. May not be as we're out here. There may be only certain people that can vocalize it, but you wait until you come into the Discord and we're not live. Everybody does speak for themselves. So everybody, if you would like to come in and have a conversation, feel free on the level Discord. We will be going out. We will be going out into the big wide world. And if anybody does know of any other Discord servers, or, I mean, I don't even know what else there is. Is there any other sort of platforms that have rooms for people to talk? I don't know. But if there is, if anybody knows any rooms where people can talk, anybody that wants to have a discussion about this sort of thing, I'm keen to talk to people about these sort of topics, and how logic is used modern day times, and how different people use logic. And if you're a person that doesn't imagine that you use logic or not, then I'd like to have a conversation with that too, because I think you'd find that most people do, actually. Anybody got any other? Nope. Okay. We'll end that here today then. We will be back. I don't know when we're going to be back. It depends what happens this week. Might be coming back from having little bits of a chat. I'm going to be sort of changing the format, changing the nights. Model Affliction Monday will be staying the same, but we are going to be developing into more logic, reasoning, and communication skills, I think, is what's needed. So that's what we're going to be basing ourselves upon, and well, just trying to talk to people. I fear that we've got our work cut against us coming up. I think certain thing has happened within the education system, and that it may be difficult, more difficult than we imagine. But hopefully not. Hopefully there is some hope out there for the future generations. Okay. Thank you for listening, as always. We will see you later on in the week. I think we're signing out with a Buster. For me, Shu. Here we go.
Let's give it a go. Everybody's got a path to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes the time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You'll never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Try not to enable their thoughts. They got enough problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time